I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, June 17th, 2015. And Commissioner Smith would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand, face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Petches, if you'd please call the order.
Commissioner Eggleston.
Here.
Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Chair Darden.
Here.
Commissioner Crandall.
Here.
Commissioner Rulin.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Okay, we have two sets of minutes to approve tonight, the first being from the study session of June 3rd, 2015. Do we have any changes or a motion?
I'll move we approve.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. The second set is from the regular Planning Commission meeting of June 3rd, 2015.
I'll move we approve. There are no changes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that also passes 7-0. That brings us to oral communications. At this point, members of the audience may address the commission on matters of public interest which pertain to the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please step forward to the microphone, state your name and city of residence, and make your presentation. Please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. We have one card, and that's from Michael Luna. Is that also for this?
Michael Luna, resident of San Clemente. I wanted to speak tonight to say thank you, Julia Darden, for your years of service to our city. I understand this is not your last meeting, but I won't be here next week. In particular, your untiring work with the Design Review Subcommittee. I will miss, and I think the city will miss, your untiring attention to detail, your excellent design taste and design sense, your common sense approach to problems, your non-biased stances on difficult subjects, your ability to keep politics aside from your decisions, always keeping what's best for our city in mind, your work to preserve our city's historic resources, and thank you for your insight and input. Our city has greatly benefited from your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's been a pleasure reviewing your projects. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing no one step forward, we're going to begin with our consent calendar, but we're also going to have a change of order of the agenda tonight. After the consent calendar, we'll be addressing old business before we move on to the public hearing process, just as a matter of efficiency for the evening. And the consent calendar, as a reminder, all items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless Planning Commission staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. Don?
I move that we move the consent calendar on to City Council for consideration.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. So that brings us to old business, and but we moved it once. We moved it all together. Is that for the consent calendar? Okay. We'll back up a bit. So if we have a member of the public who wishes to speak to an item, then do we have a presentation first, or can we go straight to the public hearing?
Madam Chair, is this an item on consent calendar?
This is the consent calendar. We had a card from a member of the public.
Then let's go in reverse, and for that item, let's have a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Because I believe it just passed unanimously.
Yep.
So we can undo what was done and then have the public member speak, and if staff has a presentation, we can then hear that.
Okay. All right, does somebody want to make a motion?
Move that we reconsider.
And that would be item A, I think it is.
It's item A. Is it
Is
8A
item A?
only?
It's the curb at 115, I'm sorry, it's item B. So that we reconsider item B.
Reconsider item 8B,
Second.
7B, I should say.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. So we'll be reconsidering this matter, and the member of the public who wishes to speak is Mr. Bill Kelser. Bill?
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say I'm real happy that the city is considering the painting of a 6-foot red curb in front of our building. I can't tell you how many times people have come out of there. There's no left turn allowed. They can only turn right. And when there's a big van or a car parked over the exit from our underground garage, you can't see around it. And I've seen people cross the yellow line from the yellow line that divides the people coming down the hill from the other direction, which is very dangerous. So we really need that red curb there. So thank you very much for considering that. It's really needed. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Bill. So we can
Close the
entertain a
public
motion. Is that correct? Okay.
Close the public hearing?
Technically, we don't really have a public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so we
So I
can entertain a
move,
motion.
I move that we move consent item 7B on to City Council.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes. All right, that brings us to the old business on our calendar tonight, and that is a discussion of the I-5 Avenida Pico Interchange project design details, and that will be brought to us by Mr. Tom Vonnegut.
Good evening, Chair Darden and members of the Planning Commission. Tom Vonnegut, Assistant City Engineer. I have for your consideration 2 items tonight related to the Interstate 5 Pico Interchange project that's being undertaken by Caltrans and OCTA. And I do have a presentation that I'd like to go through, and I'd like to go in a little bit reverse order from the way the material was presented in the report and talk about the color selection first for the Pico retaining wall. And the reason for that is I have a color board here, and that might give you time to pass this around as we're talking about that. And also I want to point out that the information in the staff report, since I submitted it, changed. Forget those colors. We'll be talking about 4 different ones here. So let me start there. Just as a refresher, on the screen here, you see the existing retaining wall that we're talking about. This is across the street from the McDonald's property, the former Caro's Restaurant and Mobile Station. It's a tan block wall in the westbound direction right before you get to the northbound on-ramp. As part of the project, this wall will be completely demolished and reconstructed so that the roadway can be widened. And what will go in its place is a taller formed concrete wall. And the aesthetics previously were considered by Design Review Subcommittee and Planning Commission. And among the different details that were approved were a desire to have the new wall also feature an earth tone color for the concrete. The concrete can be colored. And so, that's where we left it with a direction to come back for a final color selection. Well, Caltrans is ready to make that selection. I had given you 4 colors in the report. The concrete supplier has changed, so what we have now, and they don't represent, well, that's why I have an actual sample here. Colors never represent true depending on the monitor. But
That's
I went
probably
out,
frightening people at home right now.
Right, so I want to be clear that this is just really for color names, but we should go off of that actual color board. Those are concrete chips. This would be integrally colored concrete. So I had a wide palette, but again, with the previous Planning Commission's desire for an earth tone color, I took from a wide palette and went out and tried to match, come up with some best matches to the existing tan block. And these 4 that you're actually looking at on the color board I think are the best. And Caltrans and city staff recommendation, our first choice and our recommendation to you would be the San Diego Buff, which is a pretty common tan color. But really, we're looking to your direction. They generally go, if you're looking at that color board, and even, again, it's not true on the screen, as you go from left to right, you'll start seeing progressively slightly darker shades with a little bit more gray pigment. So, like I said, I just want to introduce that topic. We can go back to the other part of the presentation, but I wanted, unless you already, are clear on what you want, but these are 4 that I think are a close match. As I mentioned in the report, there was a very clear direction. Don't give us something that's pinkish in tone. We want tan and earth tone. I don't think anyone wants a pink wall there. So if you want to discuss this now or kind of, keep passing that around, I can go back to the other part of the topic. But I just wanted to start that discussion. So, whatever your pleasure is, Chair Darden.
I think, why don't we just get that out of the way now?
Okay.
So
Any thoughts on that?
Maybe we'll just poll right to left, color preference. Wayne?
Well, these are so much different than what's on the board that it's.
That's why, right, that's why you really got to.
So these are more of the true colors here.
That is the truest representation you're going to get because they're actual concrete chips. I just wanted to put the names up here and a placeholder in the presentation, but that's how it would look when it's poured in concrete.
Yeah, to me, the more earth tone, the better.
How earthy do you want to go?
I like the San Diego buff, which
Okay.
is the lightest, which is dark.
No.
It's kind of interesting, as it passed along, I kind of evolved to the San Diego buff even before the slide came up with the staff recommendation, but that was just the way I kind of, looking at the actual board.
Oh, yeah, I could go with either the buff or the Omaha tan, depending on the majority.
I have the same opinion as Julia on that one. Yeah, I think I like the San Diego buff best, but either that or the Omaha tan would be fine.
Well, I like this San Clemente buff.
San Diego?
San Diego buff.
San Diego buff.
We can rename it San Clemente Buff if you'd like.
Okay. It's going to be there for the next 50 years. It's a quick
Just
decision.
something for your consideration. Bart and I, we both thought it was a bit pinkish, which is why we thought we liked the Omaha tan. But if it doesn't appear that way,
Now, will they do a mock-up before they actually pour?
When they do, these aren't precast panels, but I think we'll still get a test panel just to do a final check.
Excellent.
So they'll do the San Diego buff, and I'll go out there, and if it looks pink, I'll reject it and change it. So we'll get probably one more crack, but they need to know what to spec and put in the mix.
I'm good with that.
okay, all right, so,
Okay.
yes, Michael?
The wall now is that interlocking block that lets stuff grow, although I'm not sure much has grown in there. Is there a reason that you're going away from that stacked possible growing wall to something that I guess isn't going to be solid?
Yeah, the wall, the block that's out there now is not the kind that is designed to let anything grow on it.
Okay.
It's not like the Target wall where you actually have pockets, so it was never intended to. And the reason, the new wall is going to be much taller, it's a different retaining system, but how we're going to compensate for that is actually plant, in addition to the same Brisbane box trees, there will be Boston ivy planted at close spacing. And so the idea is eventually the wall should get screened, but in past deliberations, we thought, let's give it an earth tone until that fills in. So the idea is to get it covered with vines ultimately.
I think in concept it more mirrors what they did along the block wall around Target then, which is growing in quite well, I think. Is that what what they're
No,
trying to do?
it's the
Just
opposite of
different?
that. It's the opposite of that. It's a solid wall.
This will be a solid wall,
Okay.
the new wall, yeah. It'll
Okay.
be at least 10 or 15 feet taller, and
So, Tom, do you need a formal vote
I
from
think
us
I
on
would
that?
prefer
or
if
just
you would, so we
Okay,
can have
so-
that for the record.
Okay, so can we have, can somebody make a motion, please?
I move that we select, I think it was San Diego buff as the color of preference for the wall.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. And I think we all have confidence in your ability to distinguish whether there's pink in it at the
Yes, thank
time of
you.
the test
We will.
pour.
We will do a test, just to make sure. So, okay, thank you for that direction. So now on to the main item for the meeting. As I mentioned in the report, the city council at its, I think, June 2nd meeting wanted the issue of the bridge column pilaster design to come back to your commission. And in that direction, the council was pretty clear. It was June 2nd. They would like your planning commission to consider and review why the current design was selected, Is the current design objectionable in your opinion, and is there any interest in the Planning Commission in changing from the current design to something else? So this item did go to the Design Review Subcommittee as noted in the report, and also I have here, again, just as a background on the entire aesthetic review for the Interchange project, there were a number of meetings that were conducted between November 2011 and December 2012, 7 Design Review Subcommittee meetings, 3 Planning Commission meetings, and 1 council meeting. Now, of course, those all didn't focus on the pilaster design. There were various elements discussed throughout that process. Also, by way of background, some of the council members wanted staff to specifically mention to you, as discussed in the report, that the overall bridge design and aesthetics in general were informed by a document titled the South County Corridor Aesthetics Guidelines and Concept Plan that a Caltrans consultant put together. It was interesting this document was being developed generally in parallel with the design process. But the guidelines weren't that specific that they got into details about bridge column pilasters. And it was also recognized that while Caltrans was trying for some general unifying themes between San Juan Capistrano and San Clemente, that they would defer to local preference. But much of that document did inform various aesthetic discussions that we had, including landscape and structural elements. Getting more specifically to the pilaster concepts, there were a range of concepts discussed. I'll just quickly show you examples, and I want to point out before I do that, though, that like any kind of design process, it started with a brainstorming where you throw out some wild ideas and you quickly discard one. So I don't want anyone to get shocked by some of these things, but there was a design process that we went through with Caltrans design consultant. And we're sharing, and I was the liaison sharing concepts back and forth between the Design Review Subcommittee and your commission and the Caltrans design team. So, but what we called local examples and a number of architectural, natural, sculptural, roof, and finial examples. So briefly, some local examples that had come up in the discussion back then were, well, on the left here we have the dome top that is featured on the Vista Hermosa Bridge and the Marblehead Coastal property. There were some discussions about, well, should we do something like that? On the right is a feature that's on the Garden Grove Freeway, where they finished off the columns there with again, kind of a dome feature. And then a lot of conceptual ideas about architectural examples. These were just numbers that the consultant came up with to just sort of show a range of possibilities. We had natural forms and shapes. We had sculptural forms and shapes. What they called roof examples. You see that dome feature there. Item 6 was an idea that was going to encase some kind of light on top of the column. And then we had these finial type concepts also. I'll come back to those, but again, the history that council wanted us to share with you. So there was a range, and then from that, through the Design Review Subcommittee, we quickly focused in and got to this pilaster design that I'll discuss. Another thing that council members wanted me to share with you, and this was also shared with the Design Review Subcommittee, was information and background on the design features, on the column features for the bridge, for the Forester Ridgeline Bridge that is going over the La Plata extension. So near the top of the ridge there, to keep the trail continuity, there is a bridge that's being constructed. And these are some of the key elements here. So on the far left, you see a section where you have a minor column and then a major column. They have rectangular shapes and then kind of a pyramidal dome finish. The middle is what you would be looking at generally if you cut the bridge through the section there as you're walking on the trail. And on the right is just a different kind of a detail to highlight it a little bit more. There is a kind of wrought iron fence on both sides that serves as a railing. This is a visual representation of that without the color. The bridge will have some earth tone color too, but to give you a sense of that design, council wanted us to share that with you, and we can come back to that if you so desire. As for what we have now, I want to run through a couple schematics and then visual simulations. So this is the design now. So it's a 10-foot wide column, varying in height from 25 to up over 30 feet. And so it's 10 foot wide and 4 feet deep. So you have this conical shape on top with a ball. And then you can see it from the plan view on the far left there. It's not circular because the column is longer than it is wide, so it has this oval type shape. This gives you some more context and scale on how it looks on one of the abutments where there's a slope. So you have the main column that would be closest to the Pico undercrossing. You have the smaller column at the top of a slope. On the other side where there's no slope and you have more exposed wall face, again, you see more of the column there. It has a circular inset. And then this is a little bit hard to see, but I wanted to show the whole thing in context. This is to scale. It's a 180-foot span between the main columns, about 30 or so, 30 to 40 feet between the large and the small column. And I'll come back to anyways. This is a video simulation that I think we may have all seen, or it's a clip from a video simulation, which is a reasonably accurate simulation. This is just one view looking at Pico eastbound towards the bridge there.
Tom, I believe Commissioner Eggleston has a question for you about that view.
Oh, thank you. Tom, the pictures that were sent to us are a little different from what that's there, because this has a base to it.
I'm going to get to that when I
All
see
right.
what you're looking at. That'll be my third one here. So this is one view. This would be kind of a street level view, again, to give you a sense of scale and how the whole structure works together. And then this is, I think, similar to what you have in your photo. And I want to emphasize, while the video simulation is reasonably accurate, it's not 100% accurate, and it was never put together with the goal of verifying the aesthetic design. It had a whole different purpose. And so in this case, am I going to get a pointer? Here we go. While I mentioned that the form is oval, here it actually has a hard round and then a straight edge, so that's a little incorrect. It's exaggerated in the vertical. You have more of these acorn shapes instead of a ball. But in general, to show the scale and the relative height, it's okay, but it's not 100% accurate, so you are correct that it does differ.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, question, Tom, on are the pilasters on top of the columns all the same dimensions, even though the columns themselves, like you see there, are shorter in height? They don't scale down?
Yes, each pilaster top cap is the same dimension. It just sits on a column of a different height.
Okay, thank you.
Bonnie?
Yes, how many are there of them?
8.
There's 8. What is the weight of each?
I don't know. I could calculate it, but it's a lot. It's solid concrete.
Is it 4,000 pounds each?
It might be more. I mean, I have to do a calculation. I don't know.
Yes, my understanding from some of the letters that came in, and there were many, one of the concerns was the weight, which is an engineering structural concern, with the weight load, tensile strength weight load on top of the, especially when you have stop traffic and concerns.
And we're evaluating the design, not the engineering aspect.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
can tell you, this design would not have gotten this far if anyone at Caltrans had any idea that this was a structural issue. This bridge has plenty of, this is not a weight structural issue. This is just an adornment on the column. The bridge weighs many more times than these pilasters, so I wouldn't let that, concern you. They're quite comfortable with the design of the bridge.
May I ask what the diameter is across the bottom of this circular?
Well, it would be, because the column, so if you're looking at it in this plane here, it would be about 4 feet wide. So this area right here, at its widest point, and we can go back to the plan view, is 4 feet. If you're going in the travel direction of the freeway, it's going to be 10 feet long. So it's roughly 4 by 10, but it's an oval. It's not a perfect rectangle.
Okay, so if you're stopped in a car on the freeway by there in slow traffic and looking out towards the ocean, it would be a 10-foot wide column, and
You'd be looking right at the side of the column here.
you'd be on the side of the concrete.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, given that, there are a couple alternatives for your consideration. One is to simply do nothing and stay with the current design as it's approved. A second option that could be pursued is to simply delete those decorative features and have the bridge columns end with a flat top. Or the third is to come up and pursue a process to do a completely new design. And as I mentioned in the report, Caltrans said that they would consider that. They still have the final right of denial or approval. But a month ago, they said you have 3 months to figure it out, so we'd have 2 months if we wanted to go down that road. As I mentioned, this issue did get presented last week to the Design Review Subcommittee, and I hope that I've accurately conveyed key findings, but if not, please, subcommittee members, correct me. But key points that we heard after that discussion was that the Design Review Subcommittee did not find the current pilaster design objectionable. The Design Review Subcommittee was not inclined to change the current approved pilaster design. However, the committee indicated that if there was a desire from the overall Planning Commission to do that, that the Design Review Subcommittee did not recommend simply removing the pilasters and leaving a flat column top, as that would kind of leave an unfinished look in the subcommittee's opinion. So with that, let me just pass those. Staff doesn't have a particular recommendation on this. We are, as council director, looking for your direction on those 3 key questions that council had for your planning commission. Do you find it objectionable? Is there a desire to change? And I think we've talked about the history of why we got to where we did. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to go back to any slide or answer any questions that the planning commission may have.
Commissioner Crandall?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick statement, and he's right with what transpired at design review. If you looked at the options, one was to do nothing, and I'll let each of the members speak their piece too. But I didn't feel we had enough information at design review to make comment and still respect, after 7 meetings that they went through, to come up with this design, to make a recommendation either truly in support of or against. It would be better done at the Planning Commission level, where we have a decent public forum, where we didn't at design review, and everyone would have their say and we could have a discussion about it. So that was pretty much the intent, and I don't know if you agree with that. But that was but I thought we needed to respect what had happened in the future and not just jump in with a one presentation decision on what had transpired.
Before we weigh in with any other thoughts, Mal, since this is an old business item, when we seek public input, are we opening a public hearing, or are we just inviting them to come speak? All right, so we can share our opinions at this time. So,
are there any cards for the public to speak?
It looks like there are. No, those aren't for this. You wish to speak to? Would you grab a card from the back and then please step forward? C and D, height limitations. Okay, these are on other items. And are those on this? Okay, so I think there are 2 people in the back who wish to speak to it. So, and they'll. Okay, so the first card is from Lynn Smith. Lynn, if you'll step forward to the microphone. And then after that will be Evan Weiss.
My name is Lynn Smith. I appreciate you opening up this for comments. Thank you, Mr. Crandall. Well, when I saw that, my first thing is that considering a new design, since it's going to be there forever, would be prudent to let people in on it. Pink is not a good look. I agree with you on that for the wall. The pointy details on the columns look questionable to me, and I don't know how those design elements fit into Spanish-style San Clemente. I'm not seeing any kind of connection at all, and I'm glad they give an opportunity to come up with a different design. I think that would be helpful to all the citizens of San Clemente to be able to see something else, because those, I don't know, I've been a designer for over 50 years, and something looks too static and doesn't look welcoming, and it doesn't seem to fit Ole Hansen's style or the San Clemente style. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Evan Weiss, please.
Evening, everybody. It's first time before the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time. A couple of comments that I had, and I'm glad I can at least talk with this now, is if these walls are going to get eventually covered up with landscape, whatever, it really is insignificant what color we decide to go with. You know, Caltrans is going to do what they want to do with that, but we're in a beach community, and I think that the aesthetics of the bridge it's paramount for our town. Can't have just something that's flat. We need to have something that makes San Clemente stand apart from other communities. And I'm glad to see you guys have put so much time into this, but if there is a structural problem, and I don't think Caltrans really builds anything, it's not structural. But if there's a problem with these domes and the way they look, if they look too heavy, whatever, we still have to come up with something other than just a flat bridge. I mean, it's just not doable. We have to be the unique community we are. The other thing that I just wanted to throw out there, and I don't know if it's too late for this, is I'm really curious as to if any of you have gone to San Juan Capistrano and looked at those retaining walls that they're building. What did they do to get those retaining walls? That's my big question, because I think they're dramatic, they're beautiful. I mean, a retaining wall, it's concrete, it's an inanimate object, but I wish San Clemente could have some of those down here. Now, I don't know if it's a money issue. I've tried to call San Clemente up, talk with Manny down there. He never got back to me. He said you have to deal with District 12 to get that information, and that's very difficult at best. But I don't know why we're not looking into that. I think that would really make the wall stand out, make us look like something. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay, we'll close the period for public comment and invite discussion among the commissioners. And I believe you were just about to speak, Commissioner Brulin.
Sure. I think regarding the structural, our focus is on the design, but I agree, we're not structural. It's not our job to calculate the structural, support. I'm sure Caltrans has done all that. I'm not concerned that that's lacking in their calculations. I think when we were in design review, we had one person who spoke on this issue, and I asked that person, what was the issue in her, to her mind in terms of what these elements represent. And the only thing I really got was that, was presented with a technical term of it's too hoity-toity. And that's, of course, a subjective measure. People might feel that way, people might not feel that way. But it's a little tough to go on with, in terms of, should we go and change, what we're doing, change a year's worth of public meeting and, the fact that this is part of a whole design process and that sort of a thing. I suppose any design element, everyone's going to have their impression or their direction that they want to go on it, and it's certainly valid to feel that way, but it's also valid to feel that it's an acceptable design. I think for me, there was a design intention for this. I came on the Planning Commission, I think, early on. I was at the last meeting, soon after I came on the Planning Commission, where we talked about this, but most of it was done before I came on. But as I recall, the design intent of it was not to reflect Spanish colonial, but to reflect the time period that the city was built in. So that 1920s, 1930s kind of, cool-looking bridges. If you go into Pasadena or downtown LA, there's some of these old bridges, and it was meant to try and reflect that sort of a thing. And I think the design elements actually do a pretty decent job at that. I will say too that I agree with what Bart said. I hesitate to kind of just reject what we've done in the past, a long process that we've already had with lots of inputs and many meetings and kind of a design that I know evolved over time. We've got 2 months, and you could say that's 11th hour. It actually feels to me like a little beyond 11th hour. I don't know that we really have time to give it if we want to do yet another sort of design iteration on it. I don't know if we have really the time to do that. And given that, at the very least, I don't find it those pilasters, objectionable. And I think that from the angles they're going to be viewed at, the long distance angles, some of them a mile away if you're looking all the way in North Beach, or as you're zipping along at 60 or 70 miles an hour, I think the size is appropriate to that, and they are in scale for the way the bridge is now. So if any of that wasn't true, I'd be thinking twice about it, but all that is true. So, you know, my feeling is let's move forward on it.
Don?
Yeah, I'm kind of, I've never been on DRC, but I came on the commission in the waning hours, I think, many years ago when we discussed this a couple times. So it's been through 7 DRSC meetings, 3 planning commission meetings, and the city council 2011 through 13. And I think I distinctly remember the Hyperion Bridge, the bridge across the Rio Seco in Pasadena was one of the, and the Hyperion Bridge, the bridges downtown, where some of the design element examples presented. Am I shaking some cobwebs off on that from some of the other design reviews? The concept wasn't Spanish colonial revival, it was bridges, like you say, the time frame in Southern California that San Clemente started. It was kind of the start of it all as we waded through it. I guess I could say now at the 11th hour, it's tough to change. The structural requirements for most Caltrans bridges is originally the freeway system by President Eisenhower was to replicate the Autobahns, and it was a military need. So the defining structure going across the bridge is a lowboy carrying an M1 tank, which is about 140 tons. So it's traffic across the bridge, and City Engineer Bonnick is exactly right. The ornaments are well within the structural limitations of what it's designed for. So it's a critical design feature of the bridge is the loads going across it, which you and I are driving across. If I had to look over again from a kind of a continuity standpoint, I would, I guess, favor now something equivalent to the bridge we did over La Plata, the trail, the Forester Ridge Trail, with a simple design, I suppose, of the pyramids. That would be a continuity of the same type of bridge entering this city from San Juan from that direction, or as you go by. I guess I would lean in that direction at this time. However, I'm not quite sure of the engineering time frame. It would be a simple design that could be designed, but sometimes the 60-day time span sometimes could be a little tough. I don't know. If you'd want it done right, because this bridge is not going to get changed in any of our lifetimes, so we better do it right. That's my view right now.
Okay. Now that I can just talk about personal opinion now, I don't really feel that shape is San Clemente. Each of us has different personal experiences. I almost, and I have no reason why, but it gives me the feel I'm coming up to Swami's, which is a surf spot. And that's not what we are or what we want to really do, and it doesn't really give me a clear image of the 20s and 30s. Looking at what Tom's given us, there's one page that, do you have that one on a slide?
It's the one with the lamppost that we were prohibited from using because of
disregarding the
concerns.
lamppost.
I don't have that on the PowerPoint here, no.
I did some research and found pretty much the exact bridge that was on. And I brought a slide if we want to show it. Have everybody take a look at that. That is one of Caltrans's solutions. It certainly shrinks the size of what's on top of there and gives me a little more comfort level as being 20s and 30s. And I don't think it would change the structural design one iota. And on just a mere personal opinion, that would be the direction I would go. But that's not to say the other one is inappropriate. But my personal feeling is I'm comfortable with that approach.
Bonnie?
I have quite a bit of discussion for this. I had hoped that we could have shown some of the slides that I sent out of the maps in the general plan, the new centennial plan. One of these is figure NR1, aesthetic resources. And this has the scenic vistas and the major view corridors of Pico. The vista is Nob Hill. And there's been no view studies taken from these areas. And I want to point out with the width up to 10 feet wide, as has been mentioned earlier, that depending on the angle that you're looking at this bridge from these vistas and major view corridors, you do not see one of these pilasters lined up precisely with the other one in back of it. They're actually staggered. So you could see the width of two 10-foot wide obstacles when you could be looking at the ocean. And so we have changed the order of the work today, but on item 8D, I believe, there were some visual studies done on another project that step-by-step procedures that the city has decided to adopt that should also be applied to this design as well. And I commend Adam Atamian for his good work on that procedure and the matrix used there. One of the other slides is another page out of the Centennial General Plan, figure UD1, gateways, and features this interchange as this area is a major gateway. And it's described as under the policies of the goals is to reinforce the city's identities, not Pasadena's identity, not the 20s of some other city, but our city. And the Design Review Subcommittee respectfully did not show anything historically where we have anything like this that has been described by Council Member Tim Brown as Hershey Kisses. And he said that he would not approve it no matter what the Planning Commission decided on. So I was very surprised that there were no other alternatives. And the goal for the architecture and landscaping in the general plan, UD9, the goal is also to create our atmosphere and historic identity as the Spanish village by the sea. That's Ole Hansen's vision. And personally, I believe the design that we have looks a little bit like a pawn in a chess game as well. Some of these designs we found in Rabat, in Morocco, when we were taking the train for research on our Casablanca trivia book. And I don't think that really the Spanish village here in San Clemente is representative of Morocco in North Africa either. So my understanding is that this project will take several years to complete this freeway widening project. It's not like we have to hurry up and get this done and have something that many people have written in about, at least 8, I believe, from the public. I agree with the speakers tonight. Another thing that I passed around again was something that we discussed with the Cal Poly students at the last meeting that gave a presentation of the South San Clemente. And it was an article that was in the Register about the bells that the missionaries had. And the article on the roadway was produced for us at that time. And it shows the maker of the bells that still makes them. We have these along our pier. We have them along our roadways for lighting. And I would like the design committee to consider something that Bart has suggested, but maybe with the feel of the bell, it would reduce the silhouette and the width of the design. And it's the charm that designates a certain character to our Spanish village by the sea. And also the other gentleman, Mr. Weiss, had suggested San Juan Capistrano retaining walls. They have swallows sandblasted in the side. We could have bells sandblasted in the side of the columns going up to that top, the lower top, a rounded curvature. I really think something that's going to be permanent forever needs to have a little more consideration and not just hurry up and do it because no one wants to bother with it anymore.
Wayne?
Thank you. First of all, I respect the work that the Design Review Committee does, because you guys have a hard job, to say the least. So thank you. The final arbitrator of this is going to be the public at some point down the road. And I wonder, Tom, if you could put on the design of it once again.
The visual simulation, that one?
Yeah.
Whoops, wrong one, hold on. It was, there you go. Or, no, go the other way. It's down. Yes, I can, Wayne, and I will get there.
Okay.
Slide 17 here, I got it, Jim. No, why not? Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Kick me out. Can you just do the view show from here? Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be glib about it, but I like to always ask the opinion of residents here in San Clemente of what they think about certain things. So I went to the bank, I went to the drugstore, I was in the grocery store and the gas station, and I just took this picture alone and asked people what they thought of it. And so these are some of the comments that they made.
Which picture, Wayne?
This right here.
Okay.
Yeah, which is very similar to
This one.
to that one there, yes. So some people said it was the Dairy Queen Bridge. It looked like a sundae with a cherry on top. Cupcakes. It looked like a teapot bridge with an added spout on it. One said that they thought that a genie would appear from the top in a cloud of smoke. None of the comments were, in fact, very complimentary about it. And there's some that I can't even say in a public forum like this. But I just don't think that this really represents at all San Clemente in any way, shape, or form. And it may represent Pasadena or early LA, but this is San Clemente. We don't identify ourselves with Los Angeles or Pasadena. We're San Clemente. So I'm not really in favor at all of this particular design at all. And I'd like to see something that is a lot more representative of San Clemente here. The bells are interesting. The bells are more of a mission type of thing, because I know at one time we had some of those type of bells along El Camino Real, and one by one they disappeared. I think we still have a couple of those bells along El Camino, but something that is more representative of San Clemente. I don't mind the triangle, for example, that Bart showed us. But certainly this is just not representative of San Clemente in any way, shape, or form. So I'm really not very supportive of this. Thank you.
Tom, would you address the issue of things like light standards and the bells, things on poles, which we discussed at length during the design review process?
Yes, bells on poles wasn't discussed, but light standards were. And that was discussed and run by Caltrans, and they said, sure, you can have a light standard, but if it's anything other than our Cobra head light, you get to maintain it, City of San Clemente. We don't want it. It's yours to deal with. And we said, no way. We're not going to have our city crews go get permits and be up on your freeway and your right-of-way doing that. So they said, sure, you can have it, but then it becomes yours to maintain. It's your problem. Anything goes wrong with it. So we moved away from that in favor of an inanimate, solid type of cap.
And just for the public's information, would you address why some cities have much more elaborate retaining walls and that sort of thing than others, and how finances come into play?
Well, it's really, you know, I can't speak to finances. I don't know what any financial arrangements may have been with other cities. But what I can tell you is that the Caltrans within limits looks to local preference. And we have some decorative features, but there was a conscious decision in the process that we went through over a year to go for more subtlety. And so, for example, the Pico retaining wall does, and the bridge itself, it does have texture, and what came out of that design process, and I'm trying to get to a slide here to illustrate it. Well, this will start here. So these panels here where you have those vertical lines, and so these walls on the side of the bridge and the Pico retaining wall, what was one of the things that was decided, one of the architectural elements was, well, let's get kind of like a historic board form that's very, you know, period appropriate, actually for San Clemente too. So you don't see the detail here, but these are 5 by 5 foot panels that have insets, and so they're intended to be like wooden boards that if you had an old board form and you poured concrete, and they actually have a texture on them. They have a wood grain texture. And so that lines and faces the walls. It faces the Pico wall too. It's why we had these architectural elements like arches. There was a lot of discussion about that. The window insets in the barrier rail to get the period appropriate bridge detailing. So I'm getting a little off track, but in terms of the retaining walls and things like that, that was discussed. There were a lot of options discussed. And what came out of that was we don't want that. We don't want birds flying on our walls. Let's go. And I say that in all seriousness, that was considered. There was serious consideration on that. This was not a staff-driven exercise, by the way. I was just a facilitator looking for comment from the Design Review and Planning Commission and working with Caltrans. And so that's why we do have these features. But I said, you know, that kind of looks historic. We want it to, as if someone had formed up, you know, rusty boards and then poured concrete and have that, you know, architectural detail. That's basically all the best I can tell you is that was the desire, and that's why we ended up with this design. Could we have done imprints and other things? Sure.
Yeah, I think you represent well the process. Just a moment, Michael. I'm the only member of the commission who served on design review at that time, and I do think that Tom has characterized it well. Our intent. Well, let me say first, we had a number of concerns. I think I can say that most freeway art is horrible. I think we've all been through Garden Grove. We've seen those lovely colored flowers that are applied as plaques to the side of the freeway. There are a lot of efforts made to add interest, and they often do it in a way that is distracting, and it's something that you live with for 50 years. So we had a lot of discussion about how to reach something that would be appropriate for the city. And just to be clear, we weren't designing this. Caltrans was designing this, but we were giving input and guidance within the parameters that they gave us, which were rather narrow. So our intent with this bridge, and I think we still want to embrace this intent, was rather than try to do something that was Spanishy and end up with something that looks much more like some of the cities that we visited on our field trips as part of this exercise, some of the cities in the Inland Empire, and get sort of a Taco Bell sort of architecture. We felt it was better to go with a very classic style and use, to the degree we could, with the structural differences that today's bridges have, bridges that were built during the same period that San Clemente was built. We felt this would be much more authentic and would support in an indirect way, the style of the town. As Tom said, there were a number of very small details, such as the board forms, and having those appear as something that would be appropriate for that period. There are, as I said in design review, there are a number of different ways that one can achieve this goal. At the time, we felt that the option that we chose and that the Planning Commission endorsed and that City Council endorsed was the best option before us. Are there other ways to get there? I certainly think so. But I don't, it depends on what we have time to do. In our design review meeting last week, I, like Don, felt that if we felt we could not go forward with the current option, that a good alternative would be the pyramidal shape that we selected for the pedestrian bridge. I think if we, at this point, move forward with a change in design, I think we should be very careful not to open the process up to start from scratch. But as you suggested, Don, to look at other directions that we've embraced elsewhere in the community, and look to that for some sense of continuity. So if we are not in support of continuing with this particular design, I think we should try to minimize the design process because of the time that's involved, and go with something that was fully vetted through a community process at the time that it was approved, which would be the pedestrian bridge. Michael, you had a comment?
I do have a comment, and I'd just like to start by saying that it would have been better if they would have put tinfoil on the top of that castle than not. So I thought that's why we were handed these. I couldn't resist. You know, it's rare for me to think that I can give an opinion on aesthetics and design, because I usually don't. We have a design review committee, but since that seems to be an opportunity, I'm going to jump on it. I think we have a great opportunity here with this bridge. I'm surprised that Caltrans would give us an opportunity to do something special with the bridge, but apparently they have. And I see this as a lost opportunity. I can't support it design-wise. I think it's strange, out of place, nothing special, and I think just to say we don't have time or we don't have the inclination or we want to just get it done and do that, then I think that doesn't speak well for us. I think we have a real opportunity here to do something a lot more special, and some of the designs that were thrown up there as alternatives, from my perspective, were a lot better than the one that was selected. And historically, great artists, architects have expressed themselves throughout the world and throughout the history of the world in bridges. And we all know great bridges from bad bridges. And great bridges are inspirational, they're remembrance, they're a true add to the world of art and architecture, and they make us feel good besides getting us across the river. Does this do that? Doesn't do it for me. And I'm sorry that it doesn't, but I would be more sorry that if we have an opportunity here to make this better and we don't do it, shame on us. And I think that we need to go back to the drawing boards on this. I think that the top element that sits on these columns is way out of place. Doesn't have any context for San Clemente or any other thing that I've seen. I've seen thousands of bridges throughout the world. I've traveled the world. I'm an architect. I admire bridges, and I think they're great opportunities, and they're very romantic and inspirational, and we all know what that's like, and I would be hard put to
put this in that category. Do we have time? I hope we do. Should we do something better? I think absolutely we should. I can't believe the city of San Clemente would be proud of this when they're done for a bridge that has no character, no place in this town, when there's so many other options to do something so much better. And one of the things that dawns on me about this is that the example that we have in town currently, where we're painting the traffic control boxes with artists that have come up with wonderful designs, and they've taken pretty ugly little boxes and turned them into something quite charming and I think quite reflective of San Clemente. So I think it can be done, and I think it can be done pretty straightforward. And I think this bridge isn't going to be the most difficult thing in the world to revisit. My question would be how to do that. I would suggest that maybe the Architectural Guild, it's a group of architects that are here in the community, might want to study this and give us some proposals. If I was going to go way out on a limb, I'd say make this open to competition and let the public chime in. That's difficult, and that could go on for a long time. But anything, I think, is better than this. And so I can't support it. If I'm given that choice, I cannot support it. And I really hope that we can do something better.
Bonnie?
Yes, are you able to show attachment 5 that you have in our book? It has the bridge column with, without the pilaster on top.
Right
And
there.
it's similar to this. Okay, so I just would like to, just reiterate, the one on the right has a lower profile. Remember, these are 10-foot wide and there's 8 of them. There's been no visual study done, analysis done from Broadmoor, from, is it Harbor Lights, Highland Lights?
Right around the corner.
And from the view of the vistas that I sent to all the commissioners earlier today and asked the slides to be shown to the public, but they weren't. And
For the record, I
we'll
never
just-
got that request. I don't want to
Okay.
imply that I'm hiding any slides from anyone.
No,
I
not
never saw
you.
that, so
So I
let's be
requested
clear.
that they
Thank you.
would do that, yes. So that we could all see and all make comment. But if you lower the profile for the right, to the right, one of our main attractions is the ocean. Everyone will be able to see the ocean a lot better if you don't have 8 10-foot wide columns blocking the way. So I would like to have that please included in the design analysis for the next time. And thank you.
The columns aren't up for discussion. The columns are part of the bridge. We only have the option at this point of addressing what goes on top of the columns. Jim?
Yeah. As the discussion has been going on with this, there seems to be an assumption that this hasn't been vetted, that we haven't had enough public process, enough public input, and that simply isn't true. We had over a year of public process and public input. It was approved by Planning Commission, it was approved by City Council, and to kind of say now, well, we can knock something out in a couple months, I think one fear I have is it would say to the people, the members of the public and the commissioners and such who were in the city council that was involved at that time, that your time and your energy and your input isn't appreciated because now we want to, toss something out, at the last minute. So that's one concern that I have. I think that there has been a long and thorough public process on this, and this is how we have ended up with that public process. I don't feel quite the same as you. I think it has some fine aesthetic qualities to it. I will say as an engineer and an application designer, I've never seen any project that is perfect, that you like 100% or completely. There's always elements that you wish had been done a little differently, or you wish you had a little more time. And I will certainly say that as an engineer and an application designer, there's always a point where you have to say, okay, we have to put a bow on it. This is it. because if you don't, you're either not going to ship the product, you're not going to get it done, or you're going to be run over by the project. You're going to be in the middle of trying to design something when it's time to ship, and what you're going to end up is an inferior design for the opportunity that you had. In this case, Caltrans is rolling along. They've got their schedule, and we're at the effect of that. And one of the concerns that I have, a big concern that I have, is that, we've now done this public process. We over a year. We had a year and a half of having the video up on Facebook, and there's been no issues. And now we're at a point where we want to redesign some parts of it with at best, a very short time frame. I personally don't think it's quite enough time. So, from my perspective and in my experience, I think it's time to say, does it fulfill its design intent? I think so. Let's move forward, because we actually have a high risk of getting something done worse if we try to do something too quickly at this point.
Tom, just for clarification, we definitely only have a 2-month window there, and that is the most that Caltrans would give us should the commission decide that we need to address this. We would have to address it within that window. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what they've indicated.
Okay. And then from us, would you, if there is not support for the current design, do you want this to go back to design review so that it can be addressed through in working cooperatively with Caltrans, or do you want specific direction from us tonight on a specific design goal?
Well, first, I think if your commission takes an action to address the council's direction, I think the very first step, that if the decision for your body is anything other than, just if you don't want to leave it alone and want to do something else, that goes back to the city council, because the answer to the question then is maybe that you don't find it objectionable, but question 3 is that there is a desire to pursue an alternate design, and that needs to go back to council and let them know. Kind of as a first matter, just to answer the questions that council has asked of your commission. But to get more directly to your question, then I would say, well, then the commission needs to think about what might be the best process. What Caltrans has indicated to us, they said if, you got 2 months, and what they're looking for is basically a pretty good sketch, an idea that they can then review and take to their designers to design the details. So we have to come up with the conceptual sketches and go through whatever process we feel appropriate, whether that's brainstorming through design review subcommittee and using that forum as a workshop to kind of go into a little design charrette, if you will. It seems like that might be the most appropriate to quickly arrive at, okay, do we do this or that, and then maybe take another meeting to refine a sketch. I'm thinking that might be a process. It's not necessarily the only way, and you may have other ideas, but something where we get into this pretty quickly, assuming that the council can, agrees with the direction that you're gonna, or the recommendation you're gonna send back to them and says, we want to do something different, if in fact that's your vote. Does that answer your question?
I'm going to just restate it to make sure I understood it, and then Commissioner Brown has a question. I think your preference would be for us to answer the questions that are in your bullet points, the ones you covered with us in design review in your PowerPoint. We've covered why was the current design selected. You'd like us perhaps to vote on whether we think it's objectionable, and is there interest in changing the current design? If there is, then perhaps the appropriate process for that would be to have design review, brainstorm and make suggestions to Caltrans, or makes it, you want that to go through the Planning Commission and then to Caltrans, or we find out whether it's viable with Caltrans first?
I think I would do what you suggested. The second suggestion was we'll start kind of formulating that at design review, come up maybe with from there, a short list of options that definitely comes back to the Planning Commission, and perhaps even a final vetting with council. We only get one crack with Caltrans. They want us to be done and have an official city position, what do we want, so they can review it, decide if they're even going to entertain it. And so design review maybe starts that creative process. Certainly your commission should be on board with it, and then that recommendation to council is a final, okay, we're good with this, send it off to Caltrans.
Okay.
That's what I would suggest.
So we don't have the consultative approach that we did with Caltrans the first time around.
It's
where
going to be
they-
a little
where
bit
they're
different. They're
designing.
looking for us to do our consultative process, come up with something. Now, informally, I'll probably be talking with the design team just to make sure that we don't get too out of bounds, so that we don't waste a lot of time coming up with something that is clearly not going to work for them. So I don't think we'll be working in a vacuum. But the direction was, they're really looking for us to do the heavy lifting, come up with a sketch and present them. They want us to make up our minds if we don't want what we want. That's essentially the message. Tell us what you want.
When's the drop
Excuse
due
me?
date?
They've given us
Excuse
2
me?
months, so we're looking at early August. And the reason for that, there is a reason. It was stated, this is a long project, but the bridge, the western bridge span will, the current schedule is that will start getting formed up in January. That sounds like a lot of time from now, and that's when they start forming the columns and all these details, and this is all integral. So what Caltrans needs and why they've given this time period, by early August, they want to know what it is we want, so they can get in, and if they okay it, they have to have their designer come up with new connection and design details and design drawings and construction drawings. It has to go to Caltrans headquarters for review. All bridges go to Sacramento. That's a process. It takes a while. People up there are going to decide if it's okay. If it is, then there's a construction change order and updated construction documents that have to go through review and approval, and a negotiated cost change with the contractor. And all that has to be in place before they're ready to order materials to form the bridge in January, and it takes time.
Yeah,
And
that-
so I don't think they're bluffing. That's why
Yeah,
I think it's good, and I want to just give credit that
Yeah.
we have the window, if in fact your commission wants to go there, but it's not a big window.
No, that's the point I was trying to make. At least we have to have a fairly signed-off city design concept that they have to go through their process, which you just laid out from my engineering background, span time, and then you add Sacramento in there. So this recommendation has to go to city council, which is another 2 weeks. And city council goes, yay, barely, go do it. You're really down to 6 weeks. And by the time it churns through design review, which is going to go through a complete reformation here in a week and a half, along with this, you're really down to about 10 days. By the time you come all the way back through the system, and in 2 months, have it all back to council for a sign, seal, deliver concept to go put to Caltrans, so they can go generate a build-to-print type situation. So your window here is about 10 days. When you just get through just the agendized meetings between us, city council, back down the chain, and back up to city council by 1 August?
Early August, they didn't give an
Early
actual
summer.
date.
And then the
but
city
I'm
council
I'm
goes-
going off of their timeline. 3
Yeah.
months started about a
Right.
month.
Yeah,
over a
but
month
city
ago.
council goes dark one meeting a month in August, I think, normally. So we don't have a lot of time. So if you want to go forward with a change, you've got to keep it simple. And is what I'm trying to say. And so if the sense of the commission is after 7 meetings and a long time ago, it's time to 11th hour change, you've got to keep it simple. And that's why I came up with the theme of, okay, let's match the theme that we selected for the other entrance in the city, which is the Forester Bridge series there, as a guideline going forward that could be iterated or have public comment to, because this has to really get on the fast burner, knowing the city span time here and council availability, just to pull it off. That's the only point I'm trying to make to the rest of the commission here and to the public, when you think about it.
Julia, was it as I recall, was it the desire of this bridge to be distinct from, like, the Vista Hermosa Bridge and the, by this bridge, I mean the Pico Bridge? Was there a desire to have it be distinct from these other couple of bridges that we're building in town?
At the time, it was, yes. We felt that all the bridges should evoke the same period, but that they should each have a unique identity, which would reflect, a different entrance point to the city. In this case, part of what drove our our selection of this design was because being a pedestrian bridge, it had, a very different set of standards. For example, we could have the wrought iron, in between the pilasters, which we, couldn't have on a freeway bridge. So we took a different approach to it. We, in an ideal world, I think it would be nice to continue that thought and have a different bridge at a different gateway. However, as I said in our design review meeting last week, if we didn't go forward with the design that had been approved previously, I would be most comfortable with this design, because this design was, thoroughly vetted throughout, there's the series of meetings. And when I say design, I mean the cap design. The cap design was thoroughly vetted through a number of meetings, and we wouldn't be rushing quickly to judgment. And it would be for me an appropriate cap to those rather large and grand pillars that we have on the Pico Bridge. So that was a long way around to answer your question. Yes, that was the original intent, but was it cast in concrete, if you'll pardon the pun? Not necessarily. So I think perhaps what we should do first is if somebody would make a motion about whether there is.
I'd like to make one comment real quick that it's important before we make that motion. None of us were placed on this committee to be designers. Even in the design review subcommittee, we are not placed there to be designers. Jim, is there anyone, without having to go through the bid process and the delay of that, that is available to give a design hand on the design of this, that has an open-ended availability? Because this thing's really gone through Caltrans with our comments, so basically we haven't had a designer.
We don't have anybody under contract with the city that we can use as a designer. We could refer to the Architectural Guild potentially, but that would take time and effort. We have a really short timeline. I think the best we could do.
Well, what I'm saying is that's really where we went wrong initially. And really the city needed to step up, get a designer who would come up with some ideas, and we critique them rather than trying to design it ourselves. But with that said, Caltrans.
That was the process part. We didn't design it. Caltrans designed it. They presented us with options.
Like I said, we had no designer. Caltrans is not aesthetic. They try.
Yeah, that wasn't our option at the time,
But
however.
I'm looking at the OCT, is it OCTA's? Design guidelines here. And they've got a real good example of exactly our bridge that seems to satisfy everybody's concern. On pages 5, and the other one's not numbered, under abutments. The pilaster is shouldered a little bit, and then it has a cap almost like this, so the full 10-foot width as it gets above the driving lane is narrowed down, and it can have the exact same cap, so I think that's vetted. Page 5, abutments. There it is, bottom right of that page, right there. And that to me is a decent solution. That's a good solution. Solves the view profile, because it's probably, instead of being 10 feet, I'm going to guess it's probably 6 to 7 feet wide.
Is that something we can change? I thought that was.
I think above the driving deck, it probably wouldn't be a problem.
The column is not protruding up into the sky.
Do you know, is that a structural element, or is it part of the design
Well,
element?
it's part of the column. So,
But it's not supporting anything. It's just an extension of the column.
well, all I can reiterate at this point, and if council wants us to ask the question, we'll do it. The direction tonight was everything above the top of the column,
Right.
the finish. We haven't asked that question to see, how much it would take to start
That-
doing anything on the column.
That
I
would be,
just don't know.
that would be a real step, that would be a
I don't
huge,
know.
that'd be a huge engineering change order to start
Yeah.
leveling
I
columns.
think what's before us is that we need to first, first we need to indicate whether we think there's interest in changing the design from the current design. And, did you have something you wanted to say, Bonnie?
Nope.
Okay, so I think we need to take a vote on whether there's an interest in changing the design. And then I think we need to look at what our recommendation, if we are able to make a recommendation about what that design could be, if there's a motion, for example, to have it match the existing bridge. And that's something that could go forward to council. We could get their opinion on, and then it could go through the design process. So first, if somebody would make a motion regarding whether there's interest in changing the current design.
I make a motion that there is interest in changing the current
Can I
design.
make one more comment before we do this?
Yes, Michael.
I've personally done a lot of projects in my life, and I've changed projects in the middle of construction many times. And construction and design it's a flexible world. It's not finite. And, you know, I'm having difficulty thinking of this as a do or die, got to do it right now kind of thing. I would like to suggest too that we're putting on a cap on the top of these pilasters or columns or whatever you'd like to call them. And even in the worst case, that could be done downstream. It could be done towards the end of the project. It's a very simple thing. It's not going to be the initial forming. It is an element. It's not critical. It's not structural. It's visual. And as such, it could be one of the last elements installed on the bridge. So I'm just thinking from my own experience that to think that we have to make a snap decision on this is maybe a rush to judgment.
We need to make a decision tonight as to whether we think we need to change the design.
I agree with that.
Then if we happen to be in agreement on a direction for that design change, I think that would be helpful for Tom to have that going forward to council, to ask them if there was interest in moving in a similar direction, and then the design could be fully developed and evaluated. If we do not have agreement around a particular design, then Tom will go to council to tell them that we think the design should be changed and that a new design needs to be developed. And then there will be a process determined for that. Is that correct, Tom?
I think that's a good summary, yes.
Okay. So first, would you proceed with your motion?
I'll
please,
make a
Tom?
motion that there is an interest by the planning commission to change the current design.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
No. Okay, so that passes 5-0. There've been, I'm
Five.
I'm sorry, 5-2.
There's 7 of us.
Oh, you invite, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, so,
5-2?
so the, so it passes, so there've been several options that have been discussed. One of the options that seemed to be discussed by several of us was the option of having a complementary design to the La Plata Bridge. Is there someone who has interest in making a motion to see if there is support for that design? And if not, then we can look at other options.
Can I think that goes a little outside what our purview is for this item, if I'm not mistaken. We just had those 3 questions. Right. That we were supposed to answer, tasked with, right?
Right, and I guess I would suggest if the commission is ready to provide any explanatory detail, that would be helpful, but you've answered the key question that council asked you, and if you don't want to go beyond that, I guess you don't
You want a
have to
sense of the
or
commission
shouldn't.
then?
So we'll come back to that, but unless there was some sense of the direction that maybe this should take, that might be helpful if it doesn't generate.
Do we want to entertain a sense of the commission going forward?
Jump in and help me out?
Jim,
Okay,
do you
then-
have a suggestion for us?
Well, I think that if you read the direction, it was just a simple question of, and I just want to clarify your motion. Your motion was to change the design, but to keep some kind of a, not just to slop it off flat, but to keep some kind of a new, design on top.
Correct.
Okay. I think in interest of time, I think that we maybe want to move on.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Jim, though, I want to clarify that. I think that's what I had in mind, and I want to make sure everybody else, I wasn't talking about a wholesale redesign of the bridge. If I could, maybe I would want to do that, but I'm thinking that we're all really focusing on the capital, the top, whatever you want to call this. And that element is something that we think has an opportunity to be of a different design. So I want to make sure we're all thinking that way versus.
Yep, that's the only motion I think we have before us here is the
Okay.
pilasters. That's the only thing we're going to have to answer.
No,
The column,
pilaster is a different thing, Don. This is a capital, this is a cap. A pilaster and the columns are these vertical elements.
true, well,
So
The
don't
cap, I
say,
guess.
don't say change the pilaster.
Okay, and then I meant to
starts
say that-
changing the bridge.
I meant to say the candy kiss. That's the only thing we're changing here.
Top.
The top.
The top, that's correct.
All right.
All right. Is that clear
Okay.
for the record, Eileen?
Okay, and for the record, I want to say that Tom has done an excellent job of stewarding the design process for this project. Whether you today agree with the decision that was made several years ago or not, Tom did an excellent job of trying to get the most possible out of the Caltrans designers and helping to get the input of both the design review body and the planning commission reflected in the designs that we ultimately approved. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about a dissatisfaction with the design, but that certainly should reflect in no way on Tom and the job that he has done.
I would like
Wasn't my
to,
design.
I'd like to really, no, I'd really.
I'm not taking it personal.
I'd like to add on to that, because as we went through those 7 meetings, as you look at these reports, there was landscaping, there was sound walls, there was design to sound walls, there was that experimental soundscape we're going to get on some of the walls that's going on there that'll even further deaden. This was one small item of maybe 50 or 60 items we went through on 7 miles of freeway. So, and then throw on the Lapata too, also on our great assistant city engineer. So there's a lot of other things that were covered in the turf in this whole effort for this freeway. Thank you.
So
Good
I
job.
appreciate the Planning Commission's feedback, and I will get that recommendation up to the City Council ASAP.
I just want to add this too, that I've worked with Tom on a number of things, and I think he's a very creative and he's a great asset to the city as an engineer. And I want to compliment you on getting us a bridge that's much better than a normal freeway bridge. And that takes a lot of thought and creativity, and I think a little bit of refinement on a good idea never hurts. But Tom, you're a good man and you do a good job. Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, that now brings us to the public hearing process. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony. To facilitate the meeting for all attendees, the public is asked to limit their individual presentation to 3 minutes. Following closure of the public hearing, the Planning Commission will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. That brings us to item 8A, the coastal land use plan for the city's local coastal program. John? Or Jim, are you?
Staff is requesting this item be continued to a public hearing on June 24th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. And that,
I'm second.
so that brings us to item 8B, 216 Avenida Victoria, Cultural Heritage Permit 15-080, Hager Duplex. John?
All right, good evening, Planning Commissioners. John Champ, I'm the case planner for the Hager Duplex. It's a request for a cultural heritage permit. The property is located at 216 Avenida Victoria within the residential medium zoning designation. The property is located outside of the architectural overlay, and it is adjacent to a historic structure located at 215 Avenida Victoria. So just to give you some photos of the site and some of the surrounding areas, it's a mix of architectural styles as well as densities, in that it is single family and multifamily properties. The project summary includes an existing house that was built in 1949 is 840 square feet. The project would demolish the existing house and construct a new two-story duplex that is a modern design. The duplex would be just under 2,800 square feet and provide tandem parking, second-level deck, and a roof deck. Here's a site plan of the development. The project meets all of the required setbacks for the residential medium zoning designation and is not requiring any exceptions. Here's some front elevation showing the modern design of the structure. This was reviewed by the design review subcommittee and supported. There were some minor modifications that were recommended and have been incorporated into the design provided to you in the plans, the proposed plans. As you can see, they have the tandem garage doors there, as well as a second-story deck to provide some offset to the massing and varied wall planes. Staff believes that the project can meet the required findings for the cultural heritage permit and that the duplex complies with the required development standards for the residential medium zoning designation. The project's design and scale is consistent with the neighborhood, and the project is consistent with the design guidelines, as well as will not have any negative physical or visual impacts to the historic structure, which is located across the street. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Any questions of John? Does your applicant wish to speak?
If you have any questions, I can answer.
It doesn't look like there are any questions. No, thank you. Oh, actually, I do have one. Would you mind coming up for a moment? I apologize that I didn't ask this question in design review. By the way, I love your project.
Thank you.
With your landscaping, I noticed there's not a lot of vertical plant material on the side or in the back. Is there room for that? Are you able to add that, or does it disrupt your design?
No, there is, and we kind of intended on it. There's plenty of room on the one side because we have the 8-foot setback, and in the back we have the patio, so there is room for it. And you know, we would actually like to add some ourselves, just to kind of give a little bit, obscure it a little bit.
Okay. If we condition the project asking for some additional vertical landscape, would you object to that?
Not at all.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
Such as a tree.
Pardon?
Such as a tree.
Right.
All right. So any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, I'll open the public hearing and invite anyone who wishes to speak to this matter to come forward. And seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing oh, I beg your pardon, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. Okay. All right, so I will roll back and I'll reopen the public hearing. Is it Celia?
Yes.
Okay, Celia McDermott.
This is my first time speaking in front of the council.
Well, welcome.
So thank you very much. I live right next door, the 218. I like the design. I think it'll really help the neighborhood, you know, with the mixed use. The biggest concern was the parking. Since it's a tandem garage, I think that'll definitely work. Concerns with the power lines in the back. How far does this unit go back? Because we do have really the power lines. Is the easement, how's that easement back?
It's 10 feet.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's any easement in this particular area. However, the development does provide a 5-foot rear yard setback and does go even further at this back area here, providing a patio area for the lower unit.
And these are 2-bedroom units? It's a duplex, so there's 2
yes,
bedrooms in each
yeah,
unit, it's not
yeah.
3? Okay, because even with the tandem parking, how, you would be able to park 2 cars on the driveway as well? Just because parking's a big concern where we live, and that's my major issue is the parking. And I think that's a major issue for all of San Clemente. So, I do like the design. I wish it was Spanish style, just because my house is, the house across the street is, and the house next to the other house, across from me, adjacent from me, is an Ole Hansen as well. I would have liked it single level, because I bought my house just to have that privacy, but I like the design. Just my biggest concern was the easements in the back and then the parking in the front. So if you feel that it looks good and it'll improve the neighborhood, I'll go with that decision.
All right, thank you, Celia.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Next is Susan Spracklin. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay, now seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and invite discussion or a motion.
Just a quick question. We're only hearing the cultural heritage permit. That's all we're voting on. And is it okay to put landscape restrictions on a cultural heritage permit? I would assume so. Good, good. Okay.
I'm kind of in support of the project. It will
Oh, I'm sorry,
self-park.
honey, I didn't
That's
see.
okay, you
Okay.
go ahead
You
first.
got- I shielded you there, huh? You know, they
Age
do have-
before
they-
beauty.
they-
Go ahead.
No comment. It's going to self-park, so it's required 4 spaces, so hopefully shouldn't have that much impact on the street. And the setback with electrical power is a 10-foot requirement. What San Diego Gas and Electric does, they'll put an extender on the pole to get it further away from the house. I had to do that to my house. It's pretty standard way they solve that problem. So I think it's going to fit in the area well, and I was supportive of it, and of course I will more than support Chair Darden's requirements for a little more landscaping.
Bonnie?
I'm glad Julia mentioned the landscaping too. I'm sorry to see that palm tree go in the front yard. It's beautiful, and we have to keep in mind that when we put larger properties on to be environmentally aware and try and mitigate the heat urban index by putting shade trees in and more landscaping to absorb the greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Okay, is there any more? Oh, Wayne?
Supportive of the project.
Okay. Looks like we have no more discussion. Do we have a motion?
No. I don't.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Regarding the condition, how did you want that condition?
I think perhaps addition of vertical plant material on the side and rear to the approval, to be approved by the city planner.
Okay. Does that work for everyone?
Such as a tree.
It's just vertical.
Well, the city planner can do that. So I move that we adopt resolution number PC 15-025, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente approving cultural heritage permit 15-080, Hager Duplex, a request to allow the construction of a duplex that is adjacent to a historic resource located at 216 Avenida Victoria, with the added condition that they will.
I'll make a suggestion here. Condition number 6 already has landscaping in it. And so it says, after incorporating drought-tolerant plants, let's add
Vertical.
additional vertical plants on the side and the rear, and then everything else should be taken care of if you just insert that.
And with the additional text to condition 6 that Jim Petchus just read in.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. Okay, that brings us to item 8C, zoning amendment 14-456 and general plan amendment 15-049. And I'll be recusing on this item. I'm sorry?
And so are you, huh?
That's the
Yeah.
one, and then
What,
there's the video.
I'll be
If you
I'll be
could cue that
recusing
up.
on this item because I own property within 500 feet of the zone.
As Commissioner Brown, I also own property within 500 feet of the property, so by law, I have to recuse.
And also that applies for both of us to item 8D as well. So I'll be handing over the gavel to Commissioner Rulin, who I believe wishes to call for a break.
Yes, if there's no objections, we'll take a brief 5-minute break.
Yeah, I don't know what he called it. I think that's right.
here will come to order. And we now have item 8B, General Plan Amendment 15-049 and Zoning Amendment 14-456. So Chris, you want to get us started?
Good evening, Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
8C.
Oh, I beg your pardon, 8C. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair, before there's a staff presentation, I would like to disclose that I spoke with a member of the GPAC with regard to the view from the freeway. At no time did I indicate that I would vote for the project or if I would vote against the project. I also spoke with a resident in San Clemente with regard also to the view from the freeway and on a garden tour, and at no time did I indicate that I would vote for the project or against the project. I also...
I'm sorry, are you referring to the general plan amendment?
I'm speaking to both at this time, okay? And also I wanted to disclose that I led several residents had asked me to lead a walking tour of the South El Camino Real with regard to mixed use 3.2, and I told them I would do so under the condition that I would not be giving my views or ideas, but I wanted to hear their views and ideas, what type of uses they would like to see there, and also design ideas. At no time during the walking tour did I indicate that I would vote against the project. At no time did I indicate that I would vote for the project. I would like the city attorney to indicate what the role perhaps of the planning commissioner would be with regard to a walking tour.
Mr. Vice Chair, is it?
Chair Pro Tem.
Chair Pro Tem, thank you. And
Jim is
Planning
fine.
Commissioners, Mr. Jim and Planning Commissioners. When it comes to the item 8C before us, we're dealing with a general plan amendment and zoning amendment, both of which are legislative approvals. As such, issues like walking tours, trying to get the grasp of what the public feels on a given application is entirely permissible. The case law that deals with what's commonly known as common law bias deals with bias in the quasi-judicial context. That is, for example, with use permits, site development permits, cultural heritage permits. So with items like 8C here, where we're dealing with a GPA and a zoning amendment, again, which are legislative in nature, it is entirely within the bounds of a planning commissioner's responsibilities to get public input, even to indicate potential positions on matters, as long as a final position is not stated, and it's not stated that one's mind is made up. So, as has been articulated, the activities that were engaged in, from what I've heard, were entirely appropriate and permissible under case law.
Thank you, Mal. Anything else before we get started? Okay, thanks. Chris?
Sure. Chair Pro Tem, Rulin, and Commissioners, Christopher Wright, Project Planner. This is a continued discussion item from the last Planning Commission meeting, in which there's some work that needs to be done to complete the general plan amendments and environmental processing for this and the zoning amendment. So staff, the opening of this presentation, the recommendation is to continue this item to the July 8th Planning Commission meeting, of which we would present the entirety of the general plan amendment and zoning amendment items. For this evening's discussion, use it as an opportunity. Staff recommends to follow up on the items that the Planning Commission directed staff on at the previous meeting regarding the mixed-use 3.2 portion of the general plan amendment and zoning amendments. So overall, there's a scope of the project that includes a number of city council directed general plan amendments and zoning amendments. Most of the project really involves cleanup items, cleaning up particular parts of the general plan maps and some other issues. One of the discussion items was the mixed-use 3.2 area, and in a minute I'll provide some overview of the direction we received. The last meeting, there's a quorum, just like tonight, where Commissioner Darden and Commissioner Brown had recused himself on this item, so I just want to make that clear from the beginning. That's what the quorum has been. It's been broken up into a number of quorums as it is right now tonight. There was direction at the last meeting on a number of topics. The first one was parking. The direction staff received was to support the standard parking ratios that are applied through the city, not the more flexible pedestrian-oriented type mixed-use standards that are applied to the downtown, to the Purable area, and to North Beach. So that's the first item. There are 3 other items related to height, specifically along the alley of the mixed-use 3.2 lots. There was some direction related to open area and lots, and then also storage. And so I will get into more detail in a moment on those. So, sorry, I didn't go back. Oh, I had a map, but hold on. So, and just to recap here, show the area in question is South El Camino Real between the downtown and the El Camino Real interchange. And the intent of this new mixed-use 3.2 area in the general plan was to incentivize development along this corridor. There's, for years, not been a lot of activity there. The idea was to have a commercial corridor that is a mix of pedestrian and automobile-oriented uses as a gateway from the city on the El Camino Real interchange going towards downtown. It's also to provide a mixture of neighborhood commercial type uses for the residents on both sides, particularly west of the freeway. And there was a point made at a prior meeting that prior to the 1993 general plan, there was a series of development projects that you see today in some cases where there's buildings that are more consistent along the lines with the mixed-use 3.2 standards in the new general plan. And so this new district, it's almost revisiting the standards that were looked at, the density of development and whatnot that was, it was more in practice before the prior general plan update. So to get to the discussion items at the last meeting, the first item was height. And so there's a number of items that I wish to discuss. First, in response to the direction we received, to specifically look at making sure that the massing of buildings along the alley side does not appear more than 3 stories, which was the council direction. We were asked to go and look at the height standards that staff had drafted for this zone, and specifically related to basements that might be partially above the level of the alley. There's a number of changes that we're recommending now in response to that direction for you to consider. One of those items related to the height ceiling that we've discussed before, and I can show you that in a minute. The next one is a new alley transitional height standard to transition the height down the slope towards the residential zone across the alley. And staff's recommending the same average height limit for development, 3-story height limit. And I'll explain that in a second. So the idea of this height ceiling would be measured from the front property line, and it would extend all the way over the property. So at no point, if you were to have a 3-story element on the back side of the lot, could it go over that height ceiling. Previously, staff had recommended a plate line ceiling of 30 feet and a top of roof ceiling of 35 feet. In response to the last meeting, staff is recommending a minor revision to bring it down 2 feet, so it'd be 28 feet plate line and a 33 top of roof plate line, a ceiling, height ceiling limit. Secondly, related to the alley transitional standard, the idea is to transition building mass down to the scale of development along the alley and getting to this basic idea of basements that might be partially above the level of the alley. Is if the idea behind the standard is if you have development that is over 28 feet, a plate line over 28 feet from the level of the alley, so everything would be relative to the alley now. There'd be kind of like a height ceiling like El Camino Real. everything would be measured from a fixed point on the alley, because that's what the focus has been, the height above the alley. And so that's one change that we're proposing, is to have this new transitional height standard relative to the alley grade within the first 30 feet of the lot, adjacent to the alley. So that's what this is, the 30-foot. Think of it as like a 30-foot setback here. So 30 feet inward from the rear property line. In that area, the height would be measured from the alley level. And if at any point that the height exceeded a plate line of 28 feet or a top of roof height of 33 feet, that massing above that point would have to be shifted back 30 feet. So the idea is a setback for building mass over that height. And some of the theory behind that is that a parking basement that would be partially above grade, as you're building into the slope, less and less of that basement would be visible above the level of the alley. So in essence, it's doing a number of things. It's transitioning mass to follow the level of the slope, which are design guidelines to promote that. There is a idea here to restrict height adjacent to the alley relative to the height above the alley. And then the last thing is, if you're having building mass that's over essentially the height limits that we're proposing now along El Camino Real, that would be pushed back further so that it follows the slope more. Question? Yeah.
The 33 top of roof, 28 top of plate on the alley side is the same dimensions as on the El Camino side.
Yes. And is there another question?
In the presentation on the sloping lots, there were cases where the height would slope down with the lot, correct?
Yes.
Where does that apply?
It would still apply. This is only
on
related
this,
to the
on this
rearward.
diagram, does it?
It's just, I'm not showing that. I'm trying to emphasize this idea of the,
But does it,
let me show another slide.
do you have a slide of that?
Yeah. This one, right? So, using this slide we've looked at before, like I mentioned, any place where the heights, the building along the alley would exceed the building, let me just say, the building towards the rear of the property, any place where it would potentially go over the ceiling, it couldn't go, that's the limit. The height ceiling is the limit, goes over the entire property. That's this graphic. Height ceiling prevails. If there's a third story element that's below the height ceiling, there's an average height limit for that. Currently in effect. It's 45 feet top of roof and 37-foot plate line. We're continuing to support that.
I'm just trying to figure out where that would actually occur. I don't know where you can get 45 feet in that animal you showed us the first time.
It would be between 30 feet back from the alley,
Yeah.
between there and 25 feet adjacent to El Camino Real. There's some lots with a significant slope more than others. So
Theoretically, on a very steep slope, you might be able to achieve over the 45-foot, 37 height limit. Practically, probably not too much. But the idea was that I think that the 30-foot step back for the third floor or third level on this diagram was a way of ensuring that we didn't have that massing and scale concern that the commission had with the transition to the residential neighborhood, and also restricting the probability of someone having a structure that looked like it was more than 3 stories at any one point, which we thought this basically solves that issue.
Wayne, do you have a question?
Yes, can we go back to the alley transition? So the parking basement, would that also be also on the alley level and partially basement level? Is that what we're seeing here? Or would that space above the parking basement be space that would be leasable?
It would restrict height based on the height relative to the alley.
Yeah,
Does
it's
that
not, yeah, it's
answer
not
your
what I'm
question?
asking here.
Okay.
Okay. The alley level, that space there, would it be a parking garage?
Yes.
Above
Usually it
and
would.
below the parking basement level?
I'm confused. Not
That's,
in all
that's the question
cases.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
Not in all
too.
cases, because the lots vary. Some cases you have lots that are sloped more than others. So the idea behind this is to account for the range of slopes on these lots and to try to apply a standard that is equitable across those and accounts for the change in elevation along the alley alignment. So that's why one big difference, the theory behind this is before we measure height from original grade, from existing grade. So if you grade into the slope, then height is measured from where the grade is now.
Okay,
Okay?
you're talking
This is the
about
difference.
height and so forth.
Yes.
I'm talking about here, what is going to be usable for a parking garage, or is it going to be a theoretically leasable space?
It's up to the developer.
Up to the developer.
It's project specific. I can't.
Practically, though, if you have subterranean, it's not going to be very marketable, leasable space, so that's typically where you're going to put your parking.
Okay, thank you.
So to see if I understand this, if I've got what we legally classify as a basement, a subterranean parking, and I've got, say, 60 or 70 feet of it, 60 or 70% of it underground, so I've got, I don't know, 5-6 feet of it above ground at the alley level, I can go to a maximum of 28 feet plate, but practically speaking, add another 16 feet, it's like 21 feet or something till you get to the top of that first floor, but then I'd have to go back 30 feet? Is that what
Yes.
we're saying?
Yes.
Even though I'm restricted like that, and it's, that first thing is actually subterranean?
Yes. And there was let me go back to another slide I had. We talked a lot about this one. So if you remember this slide, there's, oh, this isn't it, I'm sorry. There's another slide. Yeah. I don't see it. Anyway, the idea behind, there was some discussion at the last meeting about how basements that are 60% below grade are not counted as a story, if you recall. There was a good amount of discussion about that, and how in some cases that it is a complication that we would have to look at, and if we're trying to get down and have a specific limit on the number of stories. That was one of staff's concerns. And we had said that staff was recommending a limit on height to essentially address the mass of a 3-story building, to limit to what the council had said what their direction was, the massing of a 3-story building. So one of the ideas was if a portion of the parking basement is above grade, and at such a point where the height is more than a 3-story height that's in scale with the residential neighborhood, then that additional building mass above that would be set back. And that's really the theory behind this transitional height standard. It's to get to that, it's getting to the heart of that discussion that we had, where if you have a basement that's partially above ground and the height, you add leasable area above that, if the mass of the building is significant enough, right? So the 3-story height limit is 45 feet top of roof. And the concern was if that goes all the way up, that goes close to the alley, that would be out of scale with the neighborhood. That was one of the concerns. So the idea is if you have mass that gets higher above the alley to the point where it is becoming out of scale with the neighborhood, now it would be set back further.
Are you reluctant to add to the vertical definition, 33 top of roof, 28 top of plate, no more than 2, are you reluctant to say no more than 2 stories?
Yes, I don't, staff doesn't recommend a number of story limit on this. And the massing of this is equivalent to the 2-story massing limits and height limits that are proposed along El Camino Real.
So hypothetically, if you were on, let's just say El Camino, where you do the same thing, 28 plate, 33 roof, you do that dimension.
Yes.
Theoretically, an architect could squeeze in 3 levels.
Yes, that was one of the discussion items previously. And there is a limit that we're proposing to specify a limit of 2 stories above street level along El Camino Real.
There you're using 2 levels.
Yes,
Well, on the front but not the back?
correct. Would you like me to explain why?
Well, I know because you've got this 3rd level set back 30 feet. But the note is really that vertical red line, isn't it? I think what I'm thinking and what you're saying, maybe we're on the same page, which is the idea is not to exceed 2 stories. 33 top of roof.
Yes.
28 plate.
The size of a 2-story building that's what the limit would be, adjacent to that.
On that example, hypothetically, in the GPAC broad definition, this means 2 stories in the front and technically 3 stories in the back, but looking more like 2 in the back.
It's really 2 in the front, 3 in the middle, and 2 on the rear. The transition down to the residential neighborhood.
So you can't just go, you won't have this big giant straight 3-story thing.
Correct.
Mark, your question?
Yeah, are you concerned at all that the architects are going to come in and build exactly that envelope?
Well, that's the design review process would
Well,
look at the dynamics of this.
Would it be a better look if they chose, I guess I'm not seeing flexibility here. And I talked at the interviews on Thursday about this, that a lot of cities have had design guidelines that where if you go up 1 story at the alley, go back 5 feet, 8 feet, whatever, and do your 2nd story, that allows you then to vary something along that 30-foot line and maybe bring it forward where you've got a step and something's closer to the alley for a portion of the width of the alley. Say a portion of your back property line. So maybe for 15 feet, maybe you're at 20 feet, but it stepped 3 times to get there. And then if you have a 2-story, you're back 30 feet, and you get some interest going rather than boom, a flat wall. And I think we're talking general plan here rather than the zoning ordinance or design guidelines. And it's a little tough to set these things without knowing what the design guidelines or zoning code's going to allow us as far as flexibility.
Go back to that slide and Bart help us, because I'm losing you here about
Okay.
this flexibility. I mean.
Let's say you go.
No, that's the other one with the.
No, that one will do.
Well,
That one
This
will.
one?
Okay,
Let's say you only go up 1 story at the alley, and you drop back 10 feet.
So if you go up 1 story, you would be essentially at the El Camino Real level.
That's correct.
Right,
Then,
okay.
then say you step back another 5 or 8 or 10 feet,
Okay,
and then go up again.
yeah.
You've given relief to the alley, so is that 30-foot excessive when you have multiple steps?
Well, is it-
Rather than giving us a flat wall, the full width of the lot at 30 feet, it would be really nice to get some variation and.
Oh, no, but I don't think it
If-
would preclude the 2nd story on the alley to be kicked back on that, would it? It's not-
There'd be no incentive to. The incentive to step it back there might be that you could
Well,
bring the upper one forward a little bit.
You know, the more restrictive you get with an envelope, you're going to lose design flexibility. That's the trade-off.
That's why I'm wondering
On the
if-
flip side of it, if you have a big, large envelope, there's a lot more creativity available to the designer with that large envelope, but then you always have people that'll come in and maximize the site.
But you're given tools, though,
Yeah.
to,
So part of it, we're trying to balance that. There is some flexibility there. I don't think that everybody's going to design exactly to this box, but there's less room, so there's less flexibility than they would have if the box was bigger. And so
That's the
one
point I'm
philosophy is you
Yes.
handle it through design review, but then another philosophy is that we want to give people pretty clear direction of what is an approvable project, so they don't go through a big, long process, and have to go through many iterations. So you want to have at least enough detail in here to get them to a place where they have direction on what is going to be approved by this community and what's not.
yeah, I'm
So that's-
just feeling 30 feet
Well,
of
but to get into your
cubic
idea,
area
well, I
is huge.
understand exactly what you're saying. One thing that I've seen in standards is you can say that, well, that has to be done with 75% of the length of the lot, so that allows some movement in and out.
Yes, something like that.
If that's a direction you want us to look at.
I'd like to see us getting us some flexibility so we get as much articulation as we can.
Wayne? Wayne?
Every time I hear
guess
the,
Hold on. Wayne.
every time I heard the word flexibility, I get a little apprehensive. Because then the developer can come in and take advantage of that word flexibility. I just want to get real clear here on the El Camino Riel side. Okay, it's 28 feet plate,
Yes,
33 feet roof.
correct.
Now, is that 33 feet all the way back to where you see the 30-foot setback? Is that what we're talking about here?
Relative to El Camino Real, yes.
Yeah, it stays there.
Okay, so there's no other story above that line that's going back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm worried about getting this thing back into a definition of flexibility that we're not going to understand, and I'm trying to figure out what Bart is working at. Are you suggesting, let's just say if we re-sketch this in our mind, looking at that, let's say that parking basement, at that point, let's say the building jogs 10 feet and then goes to that 33 top of plate. Are you saying then that that 30-foot dimension could actually move forward then, because there's a...
Maybe for a portion of the width of the lot. Newport Beach has one along their main. Newport Beach has a regulation along the beach walk all the way on the coast side, and it's by volume. And they dictate you have to have so much open volume on your elevation.
So
Step back from the beach walk.
the equation would be as the second floor moves towards El Camino on a foot by foot, the second floor that's now the third on the alley gets to move a foot in the other direction.
A portion of the width of the lot.
That would be the ratio. And then let's just say that if that moved 15, and then the top, instead of being 30 feet back, would end up being 15 feet back. That's a step at the basement.
Something like that. And you really need to see it in both plan and section to really understand that concept. And can we really review this without the design guidelines really telling us what's going to happen? I really think they're interlocked. They got to be considered at the same time.
That's really, initially staff had recommended, and we didn't recommend this at the previous meeting, that leaning more towards using the design guidelines and the design review process to review projects on a project-by-project basis to fit that site relative to the neighborhood and adjacent uses. That was our initial recommendation. What we heard from the commission is we want more certainty. We don't want it that open-ended, so we need additional rules to be put on here to make it clearer. And that's why we came up with this. based upon our understanding of what the commission's comments were. But we're open to whatever the commission wants to do.
I have a question. The 30-foot setback, our current, in most places in town, when we've got a third floor, we have I think it's a 10-foot setback. Am I correct about that? We require a 10-foot setback?
Yeah.
In design
Yes.
guidelines. So what's the motivation for making that as much as 30 feet? Why the difference?
Yeah, I think the idea behind this is an alley is 20 feet wide, and the residences on the other side of the alley, the setback to those homes is 10 feet. So what you're looking at is about a 30-foot separation between the rear property line of these lots and the closest residence, the way that the code is read in the other zone. So the idea behind that is you have a 1-to-1 ratio. You have 30 feet of separation, and the height of the mass adjacent to the alley is about 30 feet. So that's, in urban design, some principles is if you design relative to the street width, that's a pretty comfortable ratio. And the idea is the 30-foot setback is if your height is going to, say, 45 feet above existing grade, in some cases, by pushing it back 30 feet, it provides more relief relative to the distance of the home. So that was the idea, but I can totally see the logic also in this idea of providing, it's a balance between flexibility and predictability, as you mentioned, and we can look at this idea if the commission wants us to regarding having it over a certain percentage of the facade or other metrics. But I do think out of all the comments I received at the last meeting, the one that really seemed to be a consistent theme is this idea of measuring height relative to the alley within a certain distance. That's something I really got from the last meeting. Is that true?
Yeah, I support the 30 feet setback because of the homes on the other side of the alley.
Okay. Well,
I got to make one comment on that. Then the builder will be able to build a straight wall along that 30 feet for the width of the lot?
Where would he be? Where?
Right along that 30 feet, the entire width of the lot, a straight wall. Design guidelines say, basically, we're beyond what design guidelines say is the required setback. So he wouldn't have to necessarily step it back any further than that. So he could probably, with what we've got in place now, build that wall straight. And we don't want the entire block. If one guy builds it, the next guy will build it, they'll all line up, go down the whole street, go down the whole alley. And I'm thinking we got to get some kind of ins, outs, articulations, and because
You could move more in, doesn't mean it has to be 30 feet back straight.
but why would he have to?
Well,
I mean,
let's-
there's nothing that's in place to make him do that.
We're getting a little bit into discussion. Why don't we keep focusing on questions for staff? So, could you move his Kleenex just so I can see?
We were asked at the last meeting also to provide some information on the slopes in these zones, in this zone, and so we did that. We provided some measurements here. Approximately the average slope. This is measured from the center line of El Camino Real and the center line of the alley. The grade differential there, and the average distance differential is 13 feet, with about 1.3 feet of rise over 1 feet. That's the average slope that we've computed. And then we could come back to that if we need that as a reference. So this is the actual text that we've included in the report, and we've clarified the wording a little bit of what the intent of the massing is there by specifying that building mass appearing no higher than 3 stories above grade located behind and below El Camino Real, tucked into downward slope facing alley. And then making it clear it's the most restrictive of the following standards, including the transitional height standard. And if you remember at the last meeting, we were asked to come back to this meeting with the understanding that we're still going to be working through this a little bit. So this is to get some general feedback for the next meeting, just ask that a straw vote be taken overall on each of these main topics. And here's the revised zoning text. We received comments to try to rewrite some of these standards to make them a little easier to understand. So we rewrote these. And since the report, there's some revisions made. This is all really just clarification stuff, like including one of them is measuring the height above the alley, where to measure it from. And that goes on to the next topic related to urban open area. There is some discussion about whether we should have setback requirements. Previously, we have not to date recommended setback requirements and applying the general requirements for other mixed-use zones, which is no setbacks. But the understanding that through the design review process, we look at building articulation and the need to have offsets at that time. So again, a project-by-project review, and to provide that flexibility. So,
And this also could be where the variation that we were talking about could occur.
so there is a standard in our zoning ordinance related to urban open area that says essentially if provided at street level, all at street level, 20% of the lot area has to be provided as urban open area. If you have it on multiple levels, like roof decks and other amenities, then 30% is required relative to the percentage of the lot. And what our standard is proposed is 50% of the open area that is proposed at street level is provided between the building facade that faces the street and the street frontage. And that was one of the comments that it sounded like there was some support behind that basic idea instead of getting into a very rigid setback requirement to again provide that balance between flexibility but ensuring that there is space between a building and the street at times to break it up and provide landscaping.
Question, Wayne?
What about the sides of the property and the alley?
I'm sorry?
What type of, since you're not talking about setbacks here, what percentage would apply to the sides of the building and the alley?
This would be strictly oriented relative to the street.
So there would be no landscaping on the sides or the alley?
We're not saying that. So getting back, right now the code says that if you have your urban open area provided at ground level, 20% is required at that level. So if what I'm saying here is 50% of that, so 10% of the lot area essentially would have to be provided at street level between the building facing the street and the street.
What street are you talking about? El Camino only?
Streets, if it's a corner
Streets.
lot, it's both streets.
And the alley?
The alley would not be part of this.
Alley would, so there would be no landscaping on the alleyway itself?
It would not be fixed. I think the alley is a separate challenge because you're gonna have parking access from there. And so we're recommending not to address it through this standard because it could be done if that's what the commission wants to do, but I had a concern about putting it along the alley too because there's gonna be separate challenges related to getting access to a basement on some of these properties. And so having that flexibility of how to design that was something that I considered in this recommendation.
So on the alleyway, it could just be a blank wall, no landscaping?
In the design review process, we would look at that. These aren't ultimate, there's design guidelines that accompany these standards to review projects. We would evaluate it through that process.
I think we got to forget some of the sloped lots. On some of the flat lots, it's quite possible you'd get garage doors along the entire width of the back on the alley. There's some there already.
Well, we're talking about new standards here,
Well, I realize that, but if,
not the old standards.
I fully realize that, but that's a possibility. I mean, we haven't made standards to say they can't do that. That's why I say we got a lot more than just setbacks to worry about. It's the access, like he said, and it's it's a really complicated issue. It's not as easy as saying, we want 5-foot setback from the alley. That doesn't work.
Yeah,
So let me ask a question about one possible scenario. Say we're building these buildings up on these MU 3.2 lots. We've got 2 or 3 buildings together. The edges of them are built almost to the lot line, or maybe they've got some landscaping there on the side. But then we've got a new structure that's being built between 2 existing structures. So there's not much on either side in terms of sunlight or space and that sort of thing. And if we discount the alley, are we then saying 10% of the total lot area has to be dedicated to landscaping, and that 10% must be only in the front? Are those?
Yes.
I guess I'm asking, is that
Yes.
a scenario,
Yes.
a possible scenario?
Yes.
So that would I'm not doing any math in my head, but would the square footage of that be a de facto setback?
There's very few lots that fit that description, but it's good to account for all these different situations. Most of the situations out there, there's corner lots. There's some situations where there's an interior lot, but not many. Most of these blocks are not very wide, and they tend to have 2 or 3 lots. But relating it to the downtown, if you can, is actually, can I ask a question? Is there a concern related to this that I can address?
Well,
instead of
I'm
just
trying to
talking-
imagine it. It's if you've got a corner lot and you've got 2 or even 3 sides to do that 10% of your landscaping, that I
Yes.
don't think is going to be an issue. In fact, the variation can be nice. But if they're stuck between buildings, and the way we write our zoning ordinances restricts it to the point where some of these structures can end up, being forced to put a whole lot of landscaping in front so that they don't have much flexibility in what they're doing. That's, that's what motivated my question, so.
I have a response to that. I think that you could, if you go back to that standard, please. And this would address maybe Wayne's concern too. You could add alleys to that, so that, the narrow lots that have just frontage on the alley and the El Camino Real would have the option to include some of the landscaping along the alley. I think that's fine, and they have the option of using, the front El Camino Real and this, on any of the side streets that go along there, or the alley, to provide that 10%. And then the design review can kind of work out where, maybe if they inappropriately place it, they can provide direction on where it would be better to get the best bang for the buck for the landscaping is provided for the project.
Yeah, I do want to say one thing. Be aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, it all doesn't have to be on the first floor.
No.
You could have 10%, 15% on the first floor, but you then have to have a total of 30%.
Yes.
So that means you'd have to have another 15% on the second floor. And it doesn't necessarily say where that's located. If you have a courtyard, it could be around the top there. It could be to the rear.
And that's exactly why I made this revision since the staff report, to get to the spirit of that, where it's providing some flexibility if you have multiple floors. So that's this little revision that I've done here.
Okay. Wayne?
I'd like to see alleys included.
Where would you put that?
Well, you just add, I'm sorry.
On the left-hand side or on the right?
Yeah, you'd say located between the street-facing buildings or alleys. And alleys.
Street and
Or
alley.
property lines adjacent to streets and alleys, I guess. You would add and alleys in there, so that would be that option.
Okay.
Michael?
Along that same thinking, you get 20% on street level. So theoretically, if we were just to look at a simplistic model, we could have 10% of that on the alley and 10% of that on El Camino. So there's flexibility to get setbacks in on the alley.
If we include the alley, then
Okay,
yes.
so then on the 30% if on multiple levels,
Yes.
would it be possible with that to have no setbacks in the alley, no setbacks on El Camino, and the rest of that 30% open space be on levels above?
It's possible, not likely, through the design review process. So that's the complication of this issue is writing development standards is accounting for all these nuances, right? And so I
'Cause I don't think we'd want that, you know?
No, but I don't think it's likely because that would result in a box. And I just don't think there's good probability of a box being approved in San Clemente. So I think that's the essence of the design guidelines and applying those through the process to make sure that there's offsets. And so it's trying to find that balance between flexibility and something a little bit more certain. That's what we're trying to do in this draft. Is there any, do you have any comments about that? About this approach?
Well, I'm thinking if you stick with the 20% on street levels, and then you're gonna put more open space above that, couldn't that be considered 10%? So that you would always keep your 20 either on the alley or the front.
Yes, we could. I think my concern, though, is in some cases you might need more flexibility because of site constraints to have more on the upper levels than you would on some properties. Some properties you might put more on ground level, and some you might put more on upper levels, depending upon also the floor plan. The floor plan, it might benefit a project to have a courtyard for residential areas. It's tough to account for all these different situations. So we're just trying to balance that with the overall concern and making sure that there's at least a required amount of open area at street level between the street. If you've
But as I said, if you really gonna hang your hat on that, you could have none on the alley, none on the street, and 30% of a big balcony on the second floor, right?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
The wording
We don't
needs
want
to be
that.
changed.
Okay, let's, if there's no more questions, let's go ahead and continue.
Okay. And that's, just to mention, that is more of a change related to our general requirements. The issue with our general urban open area requirements section. So we'll look at that again when we come back on that phase of the zoning ordinance update. So I just want to make that clear. And then there is also direction related to storage and the idea of asking staff to look into the idea of requiring a certain amount of residential storage per unit to be provided. And so we provided an excerpt of code from City of Chula Vista that has a certain amount of cubic feet of storage space relative to the size of a unit. Staff doesn't recommend taking action on this right now. And looking at this in a more larger sense with other multifamily residential zones, mixed-use zones, and more of a general requirement basis, because this issue could apply to other situations, not just the mixed-use 3.2 zone. That said, if there's a concern related to a project in this new mixed-use 3.2 zone in the interim, a condition of approval could be added to a project to address this issue. And that's what we're recommending.
Why can't we do it now as a prototype for the remainder of multi-family housing in the rest of the city? Why can't this be a prototype?
That's what the commission wants to recommend. We're not recommending that.
And because it lives in a whole different, it doesn't live in the MU 3.2 zone now. the
Right,
standard.
exactly, I know that.
So if we change it, we're really changing it for the whole city if we amend that section of the
That's
code.
right. Yeah, right.
And it's beyond the scope of this particular amendment.
But why can't we just make this a special case for this MU 3.2
You
instead of
could-
the whole city?
You can. If you direct us to do that, we can create a specific standard that applies just to this zone.
Okay, and one thing I wanted to point out here, most of these projects come to us not as condominiums. They come to us as apartments, because the one from Chula Vista says each condominium unit. So if we don't put in there something, a multifamily, what we're going to find is that we'll never be able to enforce storage in these properties. So we have to be a little bit more wordsmithing here on this than just condominium unit.
Oh, understood. That was just, I think the structure of that, the idea of having a certain amount of cubic feet relative to the size of the unit is the main thing that I wanted to present to the commission as an idea.
Michael, do you have a question? Oh, sorry. More questions for now? Okay.
And that's it. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Right. Any questions for staff? Wayne?
You had shared parking in there.
No, I
Oh, that was-
mentioned at the very beginning what the conclusion was. But
All right.
on these three topics, height, urban open area, and storage, staff would like the commission to take straw votes to give us direction for the next meeting.
So with regard to the parking, it's still based upon, not the Del Mar, but on MU 3.2.
That's our understanding.
All right, thank you.
And you didn't want a straw vote on the more restrictive parking standard? Is that what you?
That was at the last meeting.
Okay.
There was a straw vote taken on that.
Oh, I got it.
Yes.
All right. All right, then. We will open the public hearing. I have, looks like 4 cards. A couple of the cards say 8C and 8D with a question mark. This is for item 8C, specifically the general plan and zoning amendment changes that we've been talking about. If you want to speak on 8D instead, and I call your name, just let me know, and we'll put your card aside till we get to the next item. So first up is Evan Weiss. I'm sorry? You want to go 8D? All right. Nick Buchanan. And after Nick is going to be Michael Luna. And after Michael's going to be Zachary Gilmer.
The one that says zoning amendment, the one on the right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I can control it. And do I have a, is this, okay.
Yep, this is 8C.
Oh, that's fine.
This is 8C, right? You want to talk to?
8C, yes, sir.
That's what's on the card.
Good evening, planning commissioners. Thank you for your time this evening. As a member of the public and someone that owns property affected by this zone, it's fairly intriguing to watch the architects in this room with their pens out, trying to design restrictions on a project. I wish to address a number of them. Obviously, I own property in this particular area, so I'm fairly vested in my comments this evening. The most important issue to me is that the City Council approved the general plan. It was an extensive process. It took over 5 years for them to approve, and more than 40 public meetings. The vision of that general plan was to, the way I understood it, and at least a number of the members of the public, was to create an incentive to developers and investors that would entice them to invest in this part of town, to build beautiful mixed-use projects that would be an asset to our town and would bring great new bars and restaurants, neighborhood service retail, and quality infill housing. As both a resident and developer with the ability to act on this vision, I've watched the Council and Planning Commission struggle with their own dream. What started out as a bold initiative that would have allowed interesting architecture and articulation and variety in this particular area has been whittled down. Whether this has been a lack of trust in the city's own ability to review and control design, or whether it was a conscious effort to undo that vision, the proposals tonight just don't work, or at least aren't consistent with the general plan. When the city approved the general plan, they signed a resolution requiring the city bring the zoning into compliance with that general plan. The zoning is, in its own definition, a supporting document to the general plan. Zoning can provide additional guidance or detail on the specific plan areas, but the way I understand it, at least, is it is not allowed to be more restrictive than the general plan, to a point where the vision of the general plan cannot be achieved. The The general plan is a policy document that sets precedent, and the zoning is merely there as a supporting document. As it relates to the general plan amendment initiated by the City Council this February, the direction that they gave us was simply to keep mixed-use housing in this site and limit the height on El Camino Real to 2 stories. But that at 3 stories, and we discussed this definition at length early on, 3 stories in the city of San Clemente, parking, below-grade parking basement is not considered a story, at least according to city staff when we reviewed this before, would be allowed along the alley. The new language that you're proposing is more restrictive than the general plan, to the point where the goals of the general plan is not achievable. So I want to go through a couple of things in my slide over here. The one is, I'm not quite sure what the reason is for 35 or 33 feet as opposed to 35 feet. When we, the Guild and myself as a developer looked at the height, we recommended 35 feet. And the reason for that is we wanted to be able to put marketable retail in the front and decent office space. By the time you put circular, a proper floor assembly and ductwork for air and ventilation, you have plumbing in here and structural in here. You don't end up with a 15-foot plate height. You end up with 12.5-foot clear ceiling height, which is, is marketable. And then I wanted 11-foot clear for office, which is something that's marketable today. And if you add all of that up and still want to have an articulated roof, you need to be at 35 feet. We cut it right down to the minimum. So if we drop that down to 33 feet in this location, the ceiling heights in the residential of this project over here, which is a project that we'll be going to be talking about later this evening. I don't think I'm restricted by what I talk about. I have I have 10-foot floor to floor, but by the time you look at the structural and the ductwork and everything, you drop the ceiling height down to, do you mind if I go on a little longer as an impacted property member and talk to some of the specifics? I've got some examples here I'd like to touch on.
Just 30 more seconds.
Okay. It drops the ceiling height down to less than 8 feet, which I struggle with, and it impacts the marketability of it. If we use the minimum parking requirements and I design an entrance that comes in off Santiago, off the basement, it leaves, I'm able to get 22 parking spaces on this site. If that combined with the minimum FAR on the front of 0.35 together with these height limits, I get a project which nets an FAR of about 0.78. The general plan has a FAR of 1.5. I would be able to, by the time you took off the minimum parking for the minimum retail, to take 15 of those 22 parking spaces, I'm left with 7. You use a guest parking space and 2 parking spaces per unit. I've got 3 residential units in the project. I don't believe by any one stretch of the imagination, these cumulative restrictions that we've put over here were intended to dampen the vision of the general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Michael Luna.
Patches, can you pass this along? Everybody, all accounts, commission members. Michael Luna, resident and architect in San Clemente. When I went to school, they taught us very clearly that if you design a building, that the form of the building is established by its function. It's no longer its case. When you design a building today, it's all about providing parking, and that establishes the size of your project. I took an assumed lot size, and it happens to be, I picked the site that Nick Buchanan owns, which is a 12,930 square foot site. And I specifically looked at that basement level, and I studied it and to find out how many parking spaces can I fit on that basement level on his site. And this pattern goes on through, it would occur on all the lots in that zone. But on that particular site, the most I'm able to get on that basement level is 22 spaces. In the scenario and the restrictions that you're establishing, you're eliminating the possibility of being able to get in on the alley because of the height restrictions that you're creating. So henceforth, if you design a mixed-use project, and if you used a 0.35 floor area ratio, which has been looked at for a minimum commercial floor area, you end up with 4,525 square feet of commercial space. That needs 15 parking spaces. And out of 22 now, that leaves 7. And you can get 3 units in that scenario. So the most that you can get on this site is a 0.78 floor area ratio for a mixed-use project with all of the restrictions that you're creating. If you had a commercial project only without a mixed-use scenario, If you could just take the 22 spaces that you can get on that lower level and multiply it by 300 parking ratio of that, you get 6,600 square feet of potential commercial floor area. That's a 0.51 floor area ratio as a maximum on that property. And so whether you take other sites and you just apply the same principles, it'll end up averaging about these same floor area ratios. Well, all of these ideas that you're contemplating maybe make sense in area, but when you put them all together, you are seriously impacting the ability to develop this property. And so there are issues that you're left with. It forces all the vehicular access and circulation onto the alleys for these projects. You really cannot no longer come in off the side streets any longer because of where that elevation has to be halfway between the El Camino Real elevation and the alley. By the time you set that entrance on that level, you can't get a story on top of it because you'll exceed the height limit. So you're forced to take everything off the alley. You're forced to combine commercial and residential parking, which is generally not a good idea in the basement parking area. It forces all commercial visitors to circulate through the basement entrance in terms of vehicular access and that pedestrian experience. Henceforth, you end up with a project that there's no other way to park it. You can't keep digging down because you don't get enough floor area ratio. You don't get enough square footage. And you can't achieve parking any other way. And by doing what you're saying, you're extremely limiting the development potential, and it gets nowhere near what the general plan was targeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary Gilmer. And after Zachary will be Charles Krokowski.
Hello, my name is Zachary Gilmer. I live in the southwest of San Clemente. I'd like to thank you guys for your time and you know, even the developers here for showing interest in our town. You know, I think that it's not an easy task that you guys are doing right now, trying to figure out what a good plan is. And candidly, it's a bit of a slippery slope. You know, someone's going to do something, and someone's going to say, "Hey, that's a good idea. I could do that too." Before you know it, they're all gone. And it's pretty easy to lose the charm that San Clemente has. You know, I heard you guys earlier talking about, you know, keep it simple, but there's also a phrase of less is more. And you know, it's kind of a silly concept to think of. I've been hearing you guys talk about stories and what a story is, and I'm currently trying to take my PE exam, and the structural engineers look at a story as anything that's a floor above grade. So you could technically have a 2-story parking garage and then another story on top where you could live, and they would consider that a 3-story building from a geotechnical standpoint and for seismic activity. But according to my understanding from San Clemente, that would just be a 1-story building, which is odd. No, it's not? Okay, so my understanding is incorrect then, which is pleasing. Anyways, I just want to thank you and for your time, and you know, I really hope that you guys are able to think of what I keep hearing you guys talk about, the Spanish village by the sea, and kind of what Ole Hansen originally had in mind. And you know, this town, you know, there's another town. I used to live in Hermosa Beach, which once upon a time was also a cool little beach town, single-story little cottages. And now it looks like a bunch of, I mean, they're beautiful. You know, a lot of architects and developers have made a ton of money. I used to work for a concrete construction company that made a lot of money doing those guys, building those contemporary style buildings. And they all go straight up. They have the setbacks, and they all go straight up, and they maximize everything to the full potential. It's the cost of the square footage these people are looking at. And if you're looking to try to have guidelines and standards, it might be worthwhile to consider the usable space besides just setbacks. You could allow a maximum setback or a minimum setback, but have a maximum usable volume or square footage, which would make the architects come up with some pretty creative and unique looking buildings rather than you know, one track house next to the other. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last card I have is Charles Krokowski. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Chuck Krolakowski. I
think I wrote down Charles, but I represent 1010 South El Camino Real LLC. I submitted a letter earlier this evening on both items C and D, which will be here tonight. I wanted to start off with a couple of things I heard tonight. One was from Mr. Petches, who talked about establishing a clear direction of an approvable project. Have clear directions, not getting dragged through a process. And I just heard someone else say, keep it simple. Well, 5 years went into developing the Centennial General Plan. 5 years went into it. 40 public hearings, 86 public workshops, planning commission, city council, a GPAC, just an enormous amount of study went into it, environmental impact reports. And based upon that study, the city council decided, let's designate this area along El Camino Real as MU 3.2. And here's the trade-off. Before it was neighborhood commercial, 2-story, 33 feet. For this specific area, if you add a residential component to your project, you get to go up to 45 feet. You get to go to 3 stories if you add a residential component. And why did they do that? They did that because they wanted to encourage mixed-use development. That was the whole point of designating and changing that zoning. If you read the general plan, there's a whole section about mixed use, encouraging vibrant development along El Camino Real, mixing commercial and residential together. People can walk down the street, they can see their neighbors, they can go to dinner together. They can do those things. And the trade-off was, if you add this residential component, you're going to get some additional benefits for your development. You get to go a little higher. You get to do things. You get a certain box if you decide to meet this city's plan, this vision. You get to do a box. And tonight what I'm hearing is you want to now make that box a lot smaller, which does not encourage the goals and plans and policies of what went into the mixed-use designation. So tonight, I know you're taking straw polls tonight, but really consider what was the whole idea behind developing this area mixed-use to encourage people. If you make this box smaller and smaller and smaller, people aren't going to develop the mixed-use product that the city council, that the planning commission approved, the GPAC approved. They all said, this is what we want. So please make the box the way the city council intended to make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Nellen, and after Kevin will be Richard Boyer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Nelson, resident of San Clemente. As a couple of people have spoken here in regards to development, I believe that they're correct. You know, that mixed use in and of itself, if you're just looking at that concept of work and live and walk along, have an area that is attractive for people to walk out of their homes and walk along, through their neighborhoods. That in and of itself is a great concept. The problem that I see and have seen where I grew up in Costa Mesa and Newport starts with a D. It's density and all the impacts of that. I mean, in that scenario, if we were to extrapolate out for this building, what this amendment really leads to, then we have a lot more residents, we have a lot more business traffic up and down Coast Highway. And when you start adding those things up, it seems to me that we're going to have, a lot of changes in the town over time. It's a lot more traffic. It seems like it's very difficult to turn left and cross Coast Highway right now off of any of those streets. Well, when you add more of these kinds of units, plus some more of the development, perhaps down near North Beach, plus the new outlet mall and everything, it's going to change the nature of the town a lot. And that density just hurts you so bad. I know, I talk to so many people now in Costa Mesa. I see what it's like now, and each project sounded great in and of itself, but the impact at the end of Newport Boulevard, as you drive through Costa Mesa and down into Newport, is just enormous. And that, we don't have that here. And almost every single person I talk to knows that that they say, and they feel in their gut, that that's one of the benefits of San Clemente. We aren't crushed in. And so that's the risk in this kind of a project. It's very difficult. I feel, you know, I'm empathetic towards the developers and the need to make money, and for the problems that you have in contriving a solution to these issues. But density and the cumulative impact of these things, I think, is the whopper that we have to face. Thanks.
Thank you. Richard Boyer, that's the last card.
My name's Richard Boyer. I'm a San Clemente resident. I don't own any property other than my house, and I have no business interests here. I went to all the pre-General Plan Advisory Committee workshops and interviewed for the GPAC and served, and I attended all but 1 or 2 meetings. And I have an archive of a lot of the stuff that we talked about, and going back through that archive, I found some interesting things. In August of 2010, the public record is some participants, some residents felt that ocean views were possible at 2 or 3 stories, and that should be taken advantage of. Some felt that properties on the west side of the road should have parking access from the alley and only 1-story retail at grade. Participants recognized that the focus area could be divided so that the northern area could be mixed use, the center, a middle section, neighborhood serving with the supermarket as an anchor, and the southern section, and this is all in reference to the South El Camino Real west of the 5, could be more of an auto serving and restaurant area, and encouraged outdoor dining up to the sidewalk throughout the corridor. In December of 2010, the first 2 land use alternatives at GPAC was presented. Proposed to increase the maximum FAR. The first alternative was to 0.75 north of West Avenue to Cadiz and 0.5 to the south. The second alternative raised the maximums to 0.75 and 1.0 respectively, but would limit heights to 2 stories. And it's interesting as the process went on, GPAC ended up giving input through the beginning of 2011, and a lot of it is reflected in the meeting minutes that say things like the city will revisit its development standards to address ocean views from the freeway because there was so much concern for that. And we were promised that we would be presented an example of standalone residential use within mixed use area that let me see. That 3 stories were considered palatable along the freeway side as long as views of the ocean were not obstructed, and that GPAC agreed that 2 stories plus 1 ground floor of parking would be acceptable in certain areas, but would need to see an example. Now, we got a lot of promises, and instead what we got was eventually, after the last GPAC input in 2011, then we received almost a year later the draft text that was dramatically different.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this issue? right. Mal, I know we're going to probably continue this. Should I close the public hearing, or do I leave it open?
You can close it for now, but as long as the item is continued, then we can reopen at a later date.
Very good. Then I'll close the public hearing and open our discussion. We have, this is what I got from staff and from what we were doing last week, and this is just a recommendation I have.
I'm sorry, there's a question here from the developer. He said that what we're doing is more restrictive than the general plan. But I think what we need to really discuss briefly here is that we've been directed by the city council to do an amendment to the general plan. So that's important to understand here, is that yes, the general plan is different than what we're discussing, but we have been directed to do an amendment to the general plan.
Okay. So one recommendation I have for our discussion is we break this up into 4 discussions and have a straw vote on each one. One would be for the height ceiling. The second one would be for the alley transition standard. The third one would be for the open area standard, and the fourth one for storage space. So we discuss those and take the straw vote on each one of those. Chris, does that match with what you want, those 4 things? I want to make sure I
Yes.
cover what you guys are looking for. Need. Okay.
Yes, that sounds good.
So let's start with the height ceiling, and is there any discussion on it?
As long as, I'm in agreement, as long as the second story goes back all the way as a second story without having a third story on it or on that area. That's what we were discussing, is that right, Jim?
Well, there's a height ceiling of 33 feet above the center point of the El Camino Real. From the El Camino Real, from the center point of the lot on El Camino Real, up 33 feet all the way back. So you can't penetrate above that line.
Okay.
There's a better slide that shows that, though.
And let me clarify
Nice slide.
something too, because maybe I'm confused about something. But my understanding was the direction we got from City Council, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're to look at this in the context of the general plan and zoning amendments we're looking at, of 3 stories and a subterranean garage. That's the envelope they gave us?
The direction was 2 stories along El Camino Real.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking
in
about the
mass-
back, yeah.
In mass that appears no higher than 3 stories along the alley. They didn't specify basement, 2 stories above basement. They just said mass 3 stories, no higher than 3 stories above the alley.
But don't you have a slide that says on El Camino, the weight height and the roof height? Why don't you show that slide? That's what we're talking about.
This one?
No, the one that actually has the,
Subterranean.
no, it's that, but it has the definitions of it. It's like that, but it's on the opposite side. Where you have the top of the roof and the plate.
This is what I have for the height ceiling. This is my height ceiling slide. I also have this one.
The one that showed 30 feet back, is that what you're talking?
No, I'm talking about El Camino, where it said essentially the same thing that you just showed on the alleyway, which was the same vertical dimensions. I thought for sure you had a slide for that.
No, this is the one I have.
Okay, so that, well, let's just say that one, we're looking at the red line. And that red line means the same as, show us the one in the alley with the red line. See, we're at 33 and 28.
Yes, it would be the same
It's the
here
same.
as
I don't know why
over here.
that's not on that other slide, but that's what you're asking us to do a straw vote on. So I'm just asking for clarity on that example. So I'm assuming
Yes.
that that's what we're looking at, or we're just not seeing.
Yes, the change in our recommendation is to Before, it was 35 feet top of roof along El Camino Real and 30 feet plate line. And now we're recommending 2 feet lower of each.
Yes.
33 feet top of roof
Yeah,
and
on
20,
El Camino.
like
Same
this,
as the view out of the alley.
like this.
Yes.
And there was a question about why is staff recommending this?
No.
One of the members of the public had
No.
said, okay.
For the straw vote, that's our first straw vote.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is that those dimensions on El Camino weren't on that slide.
Yes.
Like they're on the alley.
Yes.
That's the intent.
That's the intent, okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I just need to clarify, I'm going back to my previous question, because something kept running in my head. I'm looking at the public notice that we did for these amendments. And there is an item on here, and one of the things we're noticing is new mixed-use areas, 3.2, height limitations to ensure projects are limited to 2 stories of buildings massed along El Camino Real, while allowing 3 stories and basements underneath the downward slopes facing the rearward alley. So it sounds to me like that's our envelope to work with, and what we're starting to talk about is kind of knocking a floor off of that. So that's what I'm concerned about.
The discussion's evolved since the last meeting. The conversation changed a little bit. We had noted that a basement that's 60% or more below ground is not a story. That's what we had noted at the last meeting. The notice was based on that idea. The commission then said, if it's at all above ground, it should be considered in the profile of the building and making sure that it's compatible with the alley. So we considered that, the height relative to the alley, and the fact that for a certain distance, a basement might be partially above ground, and how we came up with this standard. So the conversation's changed a little bit.
Okay, good, thanks for clarifying that. So given this box that the envelope that we have right now, we've had some people give us some math, and that concerns me. It's actually a concern I've had as I've been thinking about this last week. Can we reach with bringing that height down by 2 feet, setting these things 30 feet, giving it as big of a setback as we have, et cetera, can we meet the FARs that are defined in the general plan or the proposed general plan amendment? Because I know we're not talking about the general plan part of the amendment right now, but as that currently sits, which we'll talk about in our next meeting, can we attain those FARs? I think 1.5, I think, is what it's been, if I'm not mistaken. With this, like in this configuration where the bottom one's a garage, and then we've got a first story, or second story, and then that third story. Those are the usable spaces. Do we know if we can attain the kind of density that the general plan has been calling for?
We don't know. I just will say that before, the height limit was 3 stories, 45 feet all the way on the entire lot. So that by its very nature has changed the building envelope, the profile of the building. That's the best answer I can give you right now.
Okay, yeah, I know, it's kind of a hard question, I know, but it's just for discussion, this is my concern, that when we were in the GPAC and as we were going through the general plan stuff in the Planning Commission, there is actually, and before that, as this was identified as a focus area, and there's a reason it was identified as a focus area. There's vacant lots, there's, crime and vagrants in the vacant lots, there's places that aren't being kept up, and there's a desire for more services there, all that sort of a thing. That's why it was identified as a focus area. And we went through the whole process that we've all heard ad nauseum now to get to where we got is in terms of this is the basic structure of what we think might invigorate that area to provide the kind of services and the kind of development that's going to improve those vacant lots and that sort of thing. So my concern is as this has been kind of steadily shrinking, my concern is are we failing the general plan by not providing sufficient density? Usually I'm not a big fan of more density, but because of the reasons why it was decided to make an MU 3.2 area, are we failing that vision, if you will? And that's a concern of mine.
I think that the FAR is and generally just another constraint on the lot. Rarely have you, I don't know if I've ever seen a project come in and actually achieve the FAR that was allowed in a particular zone. It's a cap. By having it at that height, it probably isn't a limitation. I think even the project contemplated in this area doesn't have a 1.5 FAR on it. So, there's a lot of things to consider in terms of the, policies in the general plan, and that's, entirely up to you. I think that's a legitimate concern that you have. But there's also other, issues with view corridor and scale and the city council direction of the 2 and 3 stories. So we were really more operating on the direction of the 2-story off El Camino Real and 3 on the back, and the compatibility with the neighborhood rather than the FAR is the goal. But certainly if that is what we're trying to achieve, because there is that other side of the goal, which is what we've talked about, trying to create some energy in the area and create something exciting to happen and something new and turnover to happen and new development to occur. So there is, that's all in flux, and that's why we have wise planning commissioners to help us get us there.
So, Michael.
Yeah, I want to, I think, clarify what you just said was the goal and the example, because I don't think it was quite what we were thinking, and it's similar but a little bit different. I think that what we were talking about is 2 stories in the front, 3 stories in the back, but that you could have another story as long as it was subterranean.
I think the conversation was our current standard for subterranean is, I believe, 60% of it.
Right.
Yeah, no, forget that.
So what are we calling subterranean in
We're
that context?
talking about subterranean being below the level of the alley.
Below the level of the alley.
Yeah.
So significantly below the level of El Camino Real.
Yeah. But it's 3 stories on the alley. If there's another story down below the alley level, I don't think we have an issue with it. It's when that level goes up a half, and now it's not 3 in the back, it's 3.5. And we went through that last time.
Right, we did. We settled that
We went
issue.
over and over that.
I think the reality, though, that's not going to happen. There's no room for ramps. That would use up your whole floor area, and you wouldn't get any parking. These lots aren't big enough to have ramps down to a subterranean parking. It won't happen. But one thing I want to make sure we don't miss out on is the concept of entering off the side street as well as the alley. I really like that concept.
Yes.
It's splitting the amount of
Yes.
activity in both
Yes.
places and all, and I want to make sure we don't box ourselves in where we can't get that.
Right.
And because we want the alley eventually to be developed into a nice experience and whatnot.
Absolutely.
And get the commercial, if we can, parking off it. And can you address that? Can I call Michael up, who presented his thing that we're going to lose that? Could you explain to me again why we won't be able to get that mid-level parking that would come off a side street on most, because a big majority of these lots are corner lots.
Okay. If you entertain the notion of having a drive access off of the side streets, you come in at a mid-level, somewhere between the street and the alley. And when you do that, the most you can get above that is 1 story, because you're creating a split-level situation in all of these scenarios. And when you do that and you try to place a level above it, it limits your developable area significantly by having that parking level come into the first floor the actual El Camino Real level, by coming into the El Camino Real level, it wipes out your first story usable space. And so, only because the parking sticks up a half a level because above El Camino Real. And since you're limited to 2 stories from El Camino Real, you end up with a half a level of the parking coming off the side street and only 1 story above it. And the parking with any numbers on this middle level, any number of spaces severely eats up the actual first floor by that half of the level sticking up. And so henceforth, you created with these guidelines, you just can't get that additional level off of the side street. It will no longer fit. And it'll take so much developable area away from the first floor that a developer is absolutely going to be forced to put all of his parking in the basement level in order to have developable area in his 2-story scenario above it. So you're wiping out usable space on your ground floor severely by entering on a side street. It just doesn't work. It no longer works in what you're contemplating. And so you're really charging, you're really impacting the alleys and the residential across from it. It's really the reality of the situation by forcing all those cars to come into the alley for all of their vehicular access onto these lots.
So if we came in at a mid-level, and that would be,
well, in
what's
this,
it say,
in this
270?
example, it would be, here's a half a level over
Okay.
here. Okay, and you're going to be forced with only being able to have, because you're already half a level up above here. Here's the street level. You're
That's El
already
Camino.
up encroaching into the street level here, and depending on how many spaces you try to achieve on this level, you can only get 1 level above it. But all that portion that is sticking up above the street level becomes unusable, usable space on the street level, which severely limits a really usable commercial area by placing that half a level above the street level.
Do you mind if I just jump in and help Michael with one other important point here, though? Is I think that these sites, and I'm sure a number of...
Does this addresses his,
Yes, it's specifically to the parking question. I just wanted to, I know a number of you worked on mixed-use projects before, so you're fairly experienced in that field, but the pedestrian circulation and the parking oftentimes drives the density a little allowed on the site. And on this particular site, we've maximized the ramps going up over here, and if you continued this off Santiago all the way across, you would get a maximum of 22 feet. The depth of this site is 35 feet. We've got 3 feet setback for landscaping. You've got a total of 35 feet. Sorry, it's 100 feet. Sorry, 100 feet in total. So 18 feet for a parking space, 24 foot for a drive aisle, 18 foot for another parking space, leaves you 35 feet over here. If you had to try and circulate down, you'd need 42 feet to do that. You've only got 32, so you can't circulate any further down. So you're stuck with what you've got parking on this level. If you try and go down below grade and you use the ramp off the side, as I've shown in this example over here, we've had to stop that parking short and they're able to get a 7'6" clearance to be able to get a parking ramp to ramp in and immediately grade down. And I understand the Commissioner Smith's concern about wanting to go down below, but we set by engineering standards as to maximum and minimum grades that we can comply with. You've also got plumbing and structural beams that interfere with height. And so with these restrictions that folks have, are discussing this evening, you're left with about 5 feet to try and drive a car underneath the Santiago parking. You know, to try and get a car into the below grade parking. Physically, with the constraints we've talked about this evening, you're only able to get 1 level and 22 parking spaces.
So if I could go back just real quickly to that
Well,
one.
hold on a second, let's move on.
We're talking about something else here.
Yeah, we're talking about a specific project here, and I
No,
don't.
he was asking about that underground parking.
And I think it's
We were
important.
talking about that section.
Yeah. Well, you know, there are 25 lots here in the MU 3.2. Not all of them are corner lots. Not even the majority of them really are developable or not corner lots. So we should not be talking at this time with one specific project. We need to move on and talk about in a general sense here.
We have 4 things to vote on.
We do, we're discussing the first one. So I'm going to chime in one more time on this issue. It's, I've really been struggling with this, but, you know, the height, we're talking about the height. Staff has recommended bringing it 2 feet below what they brought us previously. You know, like I said last time, I think that these are complex lots. Each one is a little bit different. It's difficult because of the, you know, proximity to the places across the alley, some of which are at grade, some of which are below grade. I really worry about, I'm not convinced that lowering the height is going to get us to where we need to get in terms of fulfilling the general plan, at least as it stands right now. And I am also, would be more in favor of having a design review process look at these things rather than us trying to define all this here at the dais here tonight. So anyway, that's, as far as this issue, I think that's probably the last thing I have to say about it, but that's what I wanted to put out there.
Yeah, I think we need to move forward and this, at least have a straw vote on what the staff has recommended here.
Do you have a motion for us?
Yes, I would like to make, a straw vote on the height ceiling limit as proposed by the staff.
Is there a second? You don't need a second for a straw vote?
Would you quote the heights so I know exactly what we're voting on?
I think
Plate
that is-
line 28 feet, top of roof, well, here we go.
Right up there.
No,
No, that's not it.
this one, El Camino Real plate. height
On the
ceiling.
plate line of 28 feet, top of roof 33.
So you're going to the right.
It's just not on the
All right.
section. is it?
So you want
So
to do, Chris, just to be clear, we're talking about multiple heights that are applying, so you just want to do one at a time, is that what you're?
Yes. So the first, let me back
So
up
which ones
one
do you want
minute.
us,
Can
which
I-
heights do you want us to vote on?
Let me back up 1 minute. So over here, there's 2 basic principles already explained at length about the alley height idea. This other one, reducing the height here, it doesn't just affect this mass, it affects the mass back here. So the idea is by reducing a little bit, it reduces the mass in the back of the lot. So I want to clarify that. And the recommendation is to reduce it 2 feet, which would be a maximum top of roof ceiling of 33 feet and a maximum plate line ceiling of 28 feet.
So-
Off El Camino Real at the midpoint elevation of the
Is
front
that-
lot line.
Yes.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion. So all, as a straw vote, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No? Oh, you're aye?
For opposed.
You're opposed, so you're no. So that,
30, 35.
so 3 in favor and Rulon and Crandall opposed. The next item is the alley transition standard. So why don't you just, for our benefit, why don't you throw that up there so we can remember? You had a slide on that, right? Oh, right there.
This one, yes.
So what we'd be voting on is that 30-foot setback for the,
For building mass above a plate line of 28 feet above the alley and 33 feet top of roof above the alley elevation, the midpoint of the rear lot line.
I so move.
well, is there, let's, before we vote, is there any discussion on it anyone like to have?
What's our other option? Or is there one?
We're here to receive your direction. So if the commission wants us to look into this idea of possibly setting the standard for a certain width of the property, 75% to provide, but we would want some direction on that, at least some, to narrow it down.
So it gets voted on at least and heard. how many would be in favor of a more thorough examination of the setback and articulation of the back of these lots to still accomplish the 2-story and 3-story setback versus the strict 30-foot dimension?
I would agree that we need something a little more flexible than a straight 30-foot.
Michael, you're an architect.
What are we voting on?
Well,
We're going to vote on the 20,
what Bart,
28 and 33?
what Bart has said is he'd like a little more investigation into ways that we could articulate that 30 feet, not make it all one solid setback like that, and I agreed with him.
Well, I already said that it doesn't have to happen with that. You can move those in.
How? We can't require it.
You don't have to have that second floor right at the level of the parking. You can move back a little bit. I don't understand why you.
Well, in design review, when we're given tools to work with, we can request that of a client to set things back to certain dimensions and all. If we have no guidelines to do it by, it's just personal opinion and there's nothing to enforce. And I'm looking for a tool to do that with.
You want the 3rd story on the alley to be closer to the
No,
alley?
no, that's not what I'm saying.
My understanding, tell me if I'm wrong,
I'm saying maybe it can be closer if the 1st story is pulled back to get the landscape area that some people want, maybe 3-5 feet to get landscaping along the alley. Well, reward the builder for doing that.
You know, I would be favorable. I would be favorable on that if staff comes back with some additional recommendations on that.
okay?
Okay? Okay, so you're going to make a,
Make a motion?
I thought I did. I'd like to see how many are in favor of creating a setback on the alley that still maintains our 2-story element along the alley line, holds our 3-story back, but rewards the designer if they provide more landscaping or a bigger setback on the alley, that there may be a trade-off to get more articulation in less than the 30 feet shown on that document. If they bring back 5 feet from the alley to get landscaping on half of it, maybe then half up above to be offset forward, something like that.
So could it be summarized by you want staff to come back with a set of recommended tools to articulate that top floor setback? Is that fair? Okay. It's your motion, I'm just.
okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous.
Okay.
Next.
Let's see, the
It's the
open area standard.
Yes.
So this is,
I can explain, so the idea,
All right, you got
from
it.
what
You
I'm
got it.
hearing, is that 50% of urban open area provided at street and alley level be provided between street or alley facing building facade and property lines adjacent to alleys and streets, essentially.
so we're not saying on the sides of the building is included?
No, the whole idea behind this isn't limiting from someone putting a open area between buildings. This was just getting to the suggestion at the last meeting that there should be a standard that specifically makes clear there has to be a frontage adjacent to streets and alleyways. So we crafted this based solely on that idea. But this doesn't limit anyone from proposing a project with urban open area between adjacent lots. Doesn't include that.
I would feel a little better if this was just around the entire perimeter of the building, as opposed to just the front and just the back.
That's what we had talked
He
about
said
before.
side.
The entire perimeter?
Yeah, we had talked about that before, and that, did we not? Sides and the alley, we talked, yeah, I'm for that.
Okay.
So all property lines.
All property lines.
Between building
Not the
facade.
interior property line, if it was connected to another building. We're talking about all exposed property lines, so that's why we included the alley.
Yeah.
So if you're a corner lot, it would be the El Camino Real side, then whatever the side street is, and then also the alley. You could apply this open space to any one of those three sides. The interior one, where it's, directly next to another building, we didn't feel was valuable.
Yeah.
There might be a walkway or something for fire circulation, but it wouldn't really be this kind of a setback.
I have a question. I'm good with setbacks on street levels, El Camino, alley. If we're saying on a side street back, we want that, that's fine with me. What bothers me about this is that you can get this open space above the street levels with this 30% on multiple levels thing. And I don't see why we want to put that there. I think that we want to start with 20% on street levels for sure. And then if we're going to ask for more, then we can say then 10% more on levels above the street. Because that could take away all the setbacks and put them all up on the roof or up on the third floor or whatever.
Right.
And we don't want that. We want setbacks on the alley, the side, or
And
the front.
I agree with that.
Me too.
Is that going to be a motion?
So.
Yeah, I would move.
So let me see if so I'm not quite clear about what you're saying. So you're.
Let me just see if I can be more clear. I agree with 20% on street level. They have to have that. Minimum. And then you can do another 10% on levels above the street.
Can or required to?
Well, that's not what I'm
That's what the
clear
standard
about.
is.
By doing that, are you requiring open space on levels above the street? Is that the intent?
No, the idea behind that 30% on multiple levels is to provide flexibility to ensure that you have more open area, but that you are able to disperse that over multiple levels. So it's providing flexibility. It's still requiring 30% of the lot area.
I guess I would vote to knock off that 30% and just stay with 20% on street levels.
Just to keep in mind that this standard is a kind of a universal standard and not just a MU 3.2 standard. And the reason why it's flexible like this is because there's a lot of lots in town that are basically 100 feet by 40 feet. There's some projects that are mixed use in downtown and in the Pier Bowl that they literally could not do that 20% and develop the property on the ground floor. Just can't be done. Wouldn't be feasible to develop. So that's why the flexibility is in there. These
Okay,
lots are a
well-
little bit different than those other ones because they're a little bit bigger, they're a little bit wider. There might be a little bit more option there. But I'd just be careful about eliminating any flexibility at all.
Yeah,
And maybe
no,
just
that's-
stress that there needs to be, in all cases, a certain amount of street level, at least 10% has to be provided on street level in
Okay.
all cases, or something like that.
I'm with you on that, Jim. I just don't want us to all of a sudden flip to 30% on multiple, because we want setbacks on.
And then I'd also
street
suggest that it
levels.
be specifically this particular zone and not apply to the whole
Right,
city.
right.
And design review can make sure that, if they're lacking something, on the ground
Then we
level,
can keep it
that
20%.
that they'll get that
It
in
just
there.
applies to this zone.
So that's another tool we have to work that.
Now, be aware that if you have a project, let's say a flat lot, and they put a courtyard in the middle, that 50% is facing the street. That doesn't give you anything necessarily on the rear, or on the side, or on portions of the front. I just want you to be aware
But
of
that's
that.
why we're saying all streets. It could be a side street, and it could be, it could be in the back, which may not be the, down to the
It
alleyway.
just says 50% of the urban open area, provided at street level, shall be located between street-facing building facade and property lines adjacent to streets. So you could have a 1 foot, which won't do you any good in some areas, and a big mass somewhere else, which is flexibility. But I don't want you to think that that's giving you a 5 foot around the entire building. That's not what it's doing.
That's the
That's
intent
good.
behind this. Is
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You
That's
might
the
want a courtyard
flexibility.
in some places you want little landscaped areas, and so.
No, it's fine. No, that's
Because
fine.
there was a comment about making sure it's not an interior courtyard, you can't see it. So
Right.
that's-
No, that's fine.
So do we have a motion on this?
Well, I guess.
Can I-
Move that we vote on the required urban open space area of 20% on street level, 30% on multiple levels, with the provision of 50% of the urban open space provided at street level per section 17.68.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously.
So
Passes
does
unanimously.
that mean you support it as written?
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
All right.
Okay, next.
Our last question on this is storage space. Staff had recommended that we use conditions of approval until they have the opportunity to change a different part of the code that's not covered by what we're discussing at this point.
I'm not, I really like to make this a prototype for the rest of the city this is MU 3.2. And I also want to be sure that the word condominium is taken out of that. It should be per unit.
Per dwelling unit.
Per dwelling
And
unit.
that's great. That's fine.
Okay.
And this can just apply to the 3.2, so.
Okay, so that would be my motion.
Because it requires a change to something that's outside of what's on this agenda item, I would be more comfortable with doing it as conditions of approval. I'm happy to do it as conditions of approval for the MUs until we get the other part of the code changed. But I'm just a little hesitant. It feels like we might be coloring a little outside the lines if we have to change something that's not part of this.
Well, just to be
zoning
clear,
code.
we can change the MU 3.2 to include this provision. It's just, that's not where it lives now. And so what we probably do,
Right.
if we really wanted to do it, we could do it as an interim provision, and when we go back and do the second round of amendments, we can clean that up.
Let's do that. Let's do
Okay,
that.
I'm for that.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to make it an interim provision?
Interim provision, and to use the word dwelling unit.
Rather than condominium.
Okay?
Or you can just amend the table and just say with 3.2.
Yes. Okay.
Any more discussion on that?
No.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
Okay, then I guess, do we need a motion to continue this to a date certain?
Yep. We want July 8th.
July 8th. I move that we continue item, you guys, 8C, General Plan Amendment 15049, and zoning amendment 14456 to a date certain of July.
July 8th.
July the 8th.
I'd like to say that the staff has come a long way on this over a period of time, so I want to thank the staff for that.
Before we move on, I want to double check. We did a straw vote on the height on the front and the back.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second to
I
the
second.
all in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. I think staff needs to consult. We're going to take a brief break while they do that, and we'll reconvene in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Planning Commission is back in session. We are moving to item 8D, if I've got that right this time. This is zoning amendment 14364, site plan permit 14365, condition use permit 14366, cultural heritage permit 14-367, Santiago mixed use. And I just needed to close that Mr. Buchanan contacted me since our previous meeting to discuss his application. Okay. Yes. Oops. From here, actually, it's these. There you go.
Okay, and also on this item, I did receive a call from the applicant, and I indicated that we could not talk about his project. If he wanted to talk about general processing or something, that's fine, but so there were no discussions on his specific project.
I'd like to disclose that I also, that Nick Buchanan joined us on the walk on Saturday along El Camino Real, and when we walked by his project, he did stop, and I did ask him to describe his project. However, again, I will make the statement that I did not at any time say I would vote for the project, nor did I say I would vote against the project.
Okay, Adam, want to get us started?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Rulin. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Adam Atamian. I'm the case planner for the Santiago Mixed Use Project. This item has been is located at 1010 South El Camino Real. It is within the Mixed Use 3.2 General Plan designation that we have discussed previously. This is a mixed-use development, about 4,500 square feet of commercial space and 7 residential units. This item was reviewed on May 6th, 2015 at the Planning Commission meeting. At that meeting, there were some questions that were raised related to floor area ratios, shared parking, ocean view impacts, and moving some utilities on the site. Based on what has transpired this evening and how it will potentially affect the applicant's project, staff is requesting that this item be continued to a later date. I've spoken with the applicant, and he is in agreement with that recommendation for a continuance as well. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for staff? We do have some people who've been waiting very patiently for public comment. So if the Planning Commission is amenable, I'd like to open the public hearing and hear the public comment before any motions for continuance. With that, I will open the public hearing. And first up is Evan Weiss. Not here anymore. So Lynn Smith. Oh, she had to leave as well. Bill Prestridge. After Bill is going to be Ann Prestridge, and after Ann will be Kevin Nelson.
Ann went home.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Bill Prestridge. I live right across the street at 101 Santiago from the project. I've rewritten the speech a whole bunch of times tonight. I'm really dismayed at this group. I'm really saddened by coming here as a citizen and looking at you. The city council has a grand vision for mixed use, and you don't have that vision. The city council in their plan, wants mixed use for this city, but it's obvious that Mr. Eggleston there does not want mixed use. You do not want mixed use. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in Del Mar. It's happening in Encinitas. It promotes less traffic. It promotes people living and walking to restaurants, walking to stores. It's what we need in San Clemente. We need more mixed use. I'm a retired teacher for 38 years. I live in this city. I love walking to restaurants. I love walking to the store. If we have mixed use, we'll have a city that has walkability, which is a huge plus for San Clemente, okay? You know, I'm tired of 30 years of looking at a vacant lot across the street from my house that is sitting there. It's an eyesore. It would be a beautiful building in there. If that building was built there, it would make the alley beautiful. It would really make other developers come to the city and say, wow, we can build some really cool buildings that make the city beautiful. We're not stuck in the 1950s, folks. It's, 2015. We need to update the city. We need to update South El Camino Real and get rid of the trashy buildings that are there and build some beautiful buildings, including mixed use. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Nelson? Okay, Neil Perry, you're the next one up. After Neil is going to be Donald Prime, and then after Donald Prime, Michael Kopp.
I have an opposing view. I guess maybe I'm the only one, but I also live in Southwest, and I have a home there, 2 kids, and I have a business in San Clemente. Been here for 20 years. But it's not so much that I oppose the mixed use, it's that I oppose the height of that building. If they show the pictures, and that's great, but they don't show the pictures compared to what's around that community. That building, when I take my walks and I talk to my neighbors, it's like we don't see that as a 3-story building, because technically the one subterranean level is below the street level. Everybody sees it as a 4-story building, a huge building with very little open space and hardly any landscaping. And it really doesn't fit the San Clemente, Ole Hansen view of this city. It's, you go to some communities like Laguna Beach, and you've got this great community that's a lot of open space, a lot of landscaping, nice commercial buildings, and a lot of restaurants, and people want to come to those communities. And I feel that this community is becoming more and more dense. We are twice the population of Dana Point and 3 times the density. And how does that happen? And it happens by approving projects like this. For the residents, in my neighborhood, which is right around the corner from this building in Southwest, I'm just telling you how we feel, that's all.
Thank you. Donald Prime?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll make this relatively brief. El Camino Real has always been designated commercial, and people move to adjacent neighborhoods knowing that. So I think that's an important context to keep in mind when discussing amongst yourself when it comes to Planning Commission discussion. Any issues that the neighborhoods bring forward that might impact them in a negative way. They moved there knowing what was to be there. It was commercial. But the main point I want to make is that time after time, citizens have overwhelmingly stated that revitalization is a high priority, and yet we wait and wait and wait. At least regarding South El Camino Real, we don't see any revitalization. That's why this area was designated as MU 3.2, because the GPAC and other bodies and the City Council agreed that we need a spark to spark revitalization. And with deference to you, Wayne, facade remodels are not going to do that. It needs infill projects that are beautiful like this one. So while we wait, what we have are lots that have been vacant for decades, weeds proliferating, chain link fences going up, and dilapidated buildings. I live in Southwest San Clemente also, and many of my neighbors and friends were ecstatic to see this project come forward, because that area of El Camino Real all the way down to the freeway is just blighted. Let's be frank, it's an urban blight zone. And we are tired of driving through that to enter our neighborhoods. We deserve better than that.
Now, this is a very good project. It's beautifully designed. I'm not going to go through details. You know all that. Many of the people who are opposing the project also admit that it's beautiful. So I ask you to give some leeway on some things to this project, because this could be a spark to revitalize an area of town that really needs it. Is the project perfect? No, nothing is perfect. But if we hold out for perfection, if you hold out for perfection, then nothing is what we're going to get. So I leave you with a couple of questions tonight. The first is, if not this project, what? And if not now, when? Lots of citizens in town want revitalization, especially along South El Camino Real. When are you going to give it to us? I urge you to approve this project.
Thank you. Michael Kopp, and after Michael will be Charles Krolikowski, and after Charles will be Richard Price.
Good evening. I kind of miss being up there. Not completely, but a little. I haven't had dinner, but you have a chair, and you have a chair pro tem. I remember back 15 years ago when I first applied for Planning Commission, going through the interview process, and the council, to a man, asked each of the applicants, including myself, were you on there, Wayne? I think you all asked, how do we revitalize El Camino Real? And then 2 years later, they asked the same thing, and then 2 years later, they asked the same thing, and 2 years later, they asked the same thing. And I think on the fifth or sixth go around, I started thinking, I'm wondering if I actually really want to know. And I really questioned that about 2 or 3 years ago when I asked, as chair of the Planning Commission, that we invite professionals, architects, developers, small and large, local and not, and real estate interests, to ask them what would be required, what would be something that would spark this area. I moved here 40 years ago, and I was excited. I thought, wow, finally got to move to the beach, and this place is just ready to pop, and it's, you know, we're going to get all these nice new things happening. Well, I'm still waiting. We lovingly call Southwest Top Tune Estates, because that's our entry monument. I'm really concerned that by what's happening, what I'm looking at tonight with the discussion, and I have not followed as closely as I certainly would have when I was on the commission, but it feels like the general plan is being eviscerated with respect to this area. You're taking away the incentives. Not only are we shrinking the package that's possible to build on these projects and putting more and more constraints, but I think we're also asking for fabulous, incredible details that cost a lot of money. I don't see how any developer is going to want to come in and try to make it pencil out. So is the goal actually to ensure, Wayne, I know you don't like mixed use.
You're wrong about that, but I'll discuss that.
Well, you've told me over and over, and you've said it from the dais before. So if we're not looking to actually be, you know, faithful to this general plan and to be honest about what we're looking for, then this feels like kind of a charade, and it's kind of jerking people through a process. I'm really very concerned. I've lived in that area for 40 years. I just don't know whether it's ever going to change. And I think we do need to say the B word. It's blighted. And I'd sure like to see something happen. And I agree with what Don said. It's not perfect. It's probably a little bigger than I would like to see, but it's a really nice project. Michael does a great job. I appreciate that we've got a local person wanting to invest their money. So anyway, I don't envy you on this one, because I know you've been given some, you know, direction by the council, and I am concerned about that direction. So good luck with how you resolve it.
Okay. Thank you. Charles Krolikowski. I apologize. I probably got your name wrong again. I apologize.
Again, Charles Krolikowski, I represent the project applicant and property owner. Couple things I wanted to mention. There was a request for a continuance, and I know my client is agreeable to that, to let certain things kind of, I guess, find their way through the process. A couple things I heard earlier, though. This was at the bridge, I think with the Pico Bridge project. I remember Commissioner Smith saying this was an opportunity to do something special. And I remember Mr. Rulin said there was a long process, and let's respect the past. That's what I'd like you to, when you look at this project, think of those concepts. Again, the MU 3.2 was adopted in order to encourage this mixed use. It was adopted to encourage a mix of residential, and the benefit and the trade-off was the increased height. And actually, what I'd like to request of you this evening during your discussion section is take a straw vote. This project has been redesigned from the allowable 45 feet under the general plan to just under 35 feet. So here you have an example of a project on El Camino that they've been able to design at just under 35 feet. I would request the Planning Commission to take a straw vote, maybe during your discussion section, about whether you think 35 feet might be an appropriate height. Because here you have an example of someone trying to develop, the first person actually, trying to develop in this MU 3.2, and they're able to put a project together just under 35 feet, which is actually 10 feet less than the maximum. So I would make that request. You guys can decide what you want to do, but perhaps you can have that discussion and at least take a straw vote at 35 feet. So when the next decision's made on this, perhaps there's different alternatives other than the strict 33 feet. Because 33 feet would impact this project significantly. Again, to reiterate the points I said earlier on item C, I have submitted a letter outlining some of our legal positions. And one of the positions I just want to raise is the fact that the general plan is the constitution of planning documents in any local entity. And when the Centennial General Plan was adopted, there was a resolution. And that is actually exhibit, I'll get there. It was exhibit 4 to my letter. And in the resolution, in one of the findings made by the City Council, it says the City Council intends, within a reasonable time after adopting the Centennial General Plan, to update the zoning ordinance and official zone map and affected specific plans to ensure consistency with the new general plan. So there was a directive from the City Council saying, here's our new general plan, and we will, within a reasonable amount of time, ensure that the zoning will be consistent with it. Now we have a situation where there's requests being made to have the zoning, I guess someone said a little while, eviscerate the general plan. So I just want to just remind the Planning Commission of that directive. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Price? Will pass? All right. Is there anyone else remaining who'd like to speak to this issue? I'm out of cards. All right, then. I will close the public hearing at this time and ask what the commission's pleasure is. Discussion or continuance?
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to clear up a few issues here. The reason I asked for a walkthrough on Saturday and the reason the residents contacted me was to find out their ideas of mixed use and the uses in that area. When I was on the City Council, I voted for 3 mixed-use projects, none of which turned out to be mixed use. There was one in Victoria, or 2 on Victoria, and one in North El Camino Real, none of which are truly mixed-use projects. And that's why I'm here now, to be sure that we have mixed use. And when I talk about mixed use, I talk about residential, I talk about a restaurant, I talk about offices, I talk about bakeries, I talk about all sorts of things in one building that are mixed use. Perhaps Michael's a little confused because on Del Mar, we have horizontal mixed use. And I did not want to see density on Del Mar with the type of mixed use that was being proposed initially with the 3 stories on Del Mar. I am absolutely in favor of mixed use, but mixed use that works. Thus far, it has not worked on the projects when I was on city council. And as far as Don Prime said about facade renovation, Don, that was not my suggestion. That was a former city council member who accompanied us on our walk. And there's, as we talked about, there are many different lots there on El Camino Real that are multiple lots in one block with multiple owners. Most likely, who knows if they're ever going to be merged into one lot, and there are buildings on those lots right now. So what is the alternative? And that was suggested by a former city council member with regard to facade renovation. Thank you.
Michael?
After our discussion about the mixed-use zoning specifics in our straw votes, I feel that it's premature to really discuss this further. We did review it some time ago, but we're still in the middle of hammering out the mixed-use 3.2, and so I would propose that we continue this until we're through that process.
Bonnie?
I wanted to commend Adam Atamian for addressing the questions that we had so well, and for introducing this matrix for the view analysis with the 4 different items listed in here, and for analyzing each. And I hope that that this Planning Commission, and in the future this will be the usual course of procedure in evaluating projects, whether they be mixed use or otherwise, because part of the whole impact is what kind of ocean view that we will have with them. And this was addressed so well as the shared parking that we didn't get to talk about today. And with that, I, of course, agree to continue this because right now this project appears to be the tail wagging the dog, and putting the cart before the horse. We need to have this, since this first project going in, whatever happens here, the neighboring projects will similarly want the same things. So we should stick to, we're almost there, get the MU 3.2 approved and go from there. So I'm for continuing.
So was that a second?
I think there was actually a motion. Yeah.
Was there a motion?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought you made a motion.
There was no
Because they have
motion.
to make a date uncertain or a date
Yeah,
certain.
well, it
so-
wasn't a date certain, but, all right, well, why don't we make a motion? Well,
Yeah, I just wanted to
Why
thank
don't you
the
go ahead?
public for their patience and appreciate the interest in the project. And it is a difficult decision, and I think our discussions would be better served at a later date. Is this going to a date uncertain, Adam?
Adam?
Or-
It's really at your discretion when you think it's most appropriate to continue this conversation, but
Since it was at the request of the applicant, does he have a time
I
frame?
think he would like to speak to that for sure.
I thought we did that.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Thank you. My request is just to the next meeting. I think there were a number of things discussed this evening that I'd like to talk to staff about, so I don't need a lot of time, just a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Jim, can staff be ready by the next meeting for this, or with notification, or do we need to push it back to?
What about us?
The next meeting is voted.
We're not
voted
ready.
to M.
We could be ready by the next meeting. I think that the decision would be for the Planning Commission if you feel it would be appropriate to further discuss the MU 3.2 as a general plan and a zoning amendment or not. That's the same meeting we were planning on discussing the whole ordinance, not just this one 3.2, but the whole section, which is quite a bit larger. So we got a big agenda already, and so you might think about continuing it to the meeting after that. so
What's
that
the
we-
date on that?
Well, it'll be, is it the 8th? Is the next planning commission? So it'll be 14 days after that, so.
I think that's probably prudent. So I would move that we continue the zoning amendment 14-364, site plan permit 14-365, conditional use permit 14-366, cultural heritage permit, and Santiago mixed use to the July 22nd, did we say?
I'll second that.
Before we vote, I just wanted to mention, my apologies, Lynn Smith had put in a speaker card, but she left before we got to the public comment. She wrote a letter to the planning commission. I will give that to the secretary and have that added to the record so the planning commissioners can read that. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. That's fine, yeah. That's, I'll give it to Jim.
Then shall we,
Okay.
I would also move we adjourn to the adjourned regular planning commission meeting to be held at 7 PM on July 24th and June 24th in council chambers at City Hall located at 100 Avenida Presidio.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.